Okay, everything should be good to go. Okay, so it has been, I think, a month since we streamed the house in Fata Morgana, so slowly I'm gonna have to remember a few things as well, but as a brief kind of reminder, we found out during the last stream that Morgana really does exist. She is a witch. After the true backstory of the maid, I'm actually trying to remember. It's been so long. Oh god. Let's see. First was the fake story, in which there was a bunch of edits. It was like a love story that wanted to tie up the first 4 stories in a certain way that misdirected your attention and made you think that the maid was Morgana. And then, upon seeing the truth and realizing who you are, I believe, the story changes, and she presents what really happens. And we find out core qualities of the first 4 stories apply to the true story. Okay, so what were they? Oh my god, it has been a long time. It's only been a month, but it feels like it's been forever. Let's move on with the story and see what happens. As my memory kind of gets jogged, we'll see where we go. I believe this is Morgana's story now. Okay. So Morgana does have that wish granting quality, so maybe this is how it started. Okay. Okay, so very, very clearly a switch of narrators here. So instead of having the maid say the narration, which is what we're commonly known for, very directly, we can hear like how much poison is in the words for Morgana, right? When she describes the story. Does she mess with the back dialogue? So far, no. Okay, capital father. No, we never finished it, so we still have a few more hours left. Right. So from her perspective, blood? Right, right. Like there used to be a belief that, God, what was it? You would use leeches to drain blood from your body, and that is how you got cured of things? Like, what? I think it was also called bloodletting. It's a little scary, just thinking about it. Wait, what? Okay, then. You know, Morgana, I've always kind of wondered about you. I'm glad you're telling me this story, but have you ever had a chance to, you know, kind of just let go? I don't mean like casting spells and killing people. I mean like, you know, sit down and talk to the people in the house and, you know, get it off your chest. Maybe this could have helped a long time ago. I'm just saying. I'll be quite frank, I didn't expect you to have this kind of background story, but it's interesting, this reversal that you're going to obviously have. It's already building up. Exactly. I was going to mention that, but I don't need to. Also, Edric, thanks for the host, man. I'm starting to remember now. So at the end of the last story, the maid makes a pact with Morgana after Michelle dies. And waiting for centuries upon centuries upon centuries, she wanted Michelle to come back. But as time went on, her identity got confused with Morgana, and she didn't even know if it was all in her head or not. Okay. Slowly, I'm remembering. Okay, so what else happened then? I'm trying to remember. I remember the story going full circle as it makes this closure for the truth. But we still need to know about Morgana to clarify. Okay. Alright. There's something really powerful about this, about the house in Fata Morgana and how it plays with story structure. So I'm trying to recall all the details I had when I first read this story. Wow, okay. Well, I mean, I'm dumbfounded too. Yeah. What? Right, which is why you capitalize father. Oh, so is that the setup they're gonna do with the story? Give me a second, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. Okay, so it's already obvious, because this is a story in the past, how she's gonna progress through the story to become the witch, right? Morgana. Give me a second. What's the thought that I just had? And so, as a reader, you have to wonder how this transition happens. And so, the first surprise was that she was so devoted to God, right? The second thing I wondered was, is this how she's going to... Hang on. Yeah, most certainly. This is how she's going to transition into a witch. So, oh, that makes sense. So she feels that she's abandoned by God, and therefore she takes a role that does that. Okay. What a... holy shit. Yeah. Sold off to a... okay. Okay, so we see again. I'm trying to think of the word here. In the first story, this was a theme. It's also applicable to this story. That is social hierarchy. Okay. Oh, and then you make a comparison. I get it. So like the Lord God, and then the Lord of this manner. Okay. One moment. Okay, yeah, and by hiding the image, you also share in the same thoughts she does right now. In that, you're confused, right? Transformation, like a literal one, something that actually happens, or like spiritually or emotionally. Okay. Okay, so I'll bounce back into, not sure what I would call this. For now, I'll call it reality, right? But it's interesting because like every single time I read one of this author's stories, I'm thinking so much about structure, how he sets up each story to be related with one another, and how things become so intertwined that you can use tidbits from previous stories to inform you about the one you're reading right now. And I'm thinking, because of all the stories you've read, how it influences Morgana's, right? Well, why must this be? a story near the end, as an example. Because it's as you've read through this story, right? The order of it matters, right? Starts from the past, goes closer and closer and closer towards present day, but then it drops from that period all the way back, and then we have a story about a lie, right? A story about love, and then from there, the author of the story, technically not the author, it's the maid, right? The narrator asks you, do you accept this version of the story, the first 4 stories plus the lie, right? And then the answer, most people, I assume, would say is no, right? We want to know the truth. And so from there, you get the truth. You get the fact that throughout all this time, as she's been waiting, the maid, right, you didn't come back to the house. You didn't help her. You didn't save her. And so she loses her identity. Centuries go forth. And this is all because she made a pact to hopefully one day be returned to Michelle. And now Morgana wants to take back the maid, whose name unfortunately I've forgotten, because because human memory is not perfect, right? So like as I'm going through this, I'm still trying to remember it. Yeah, Giselle, there we go. So now we're here with Morgana's story, and like I said, because the author set it up where stories are related to each other consistently, right? It's obvious. It's a pattern. It's on purpose. It's intentional. You're supposed to use what you know from the past to inform you about this story. And so I'm thinking right now, structure-wise, how am I supposed to understand this further? Because there's some already interesting there's already some interesting ideas being played here. There's the parallel with the Lord, right? The Lord God being higher above humans, looking down upon the world, us, right? We have Morgana, formerly thought to be a saint, but not really, right? Transformation into a witch, distance being created further again. The parallel with the Manners Lord being used there as well. Social hierarchy being brought back further into the story. Just hang on, it's so much to think about. Again, so the question is, why did we bounce back? Okay. Right, okay, so I had to talk to the ghost of the house to grab all the keys to unlock the tower, and this is where this is where Michelle first died. But yeah, this story, because it has so many things so interconnected, you can start forgetting things like what event happened when, or like these stories start bleeding into each other. That like consistently I say, I am Michelle. That's not true, right? Get lacerations. Okay, so that's a difference. Whereas before there was a strict kind of wall between the people, not exactly a wall, that's not entirely true, right? Because the experiences that you saw being told by the maid were relatable. But now the wall has been broken, and it is directly influencing you as a character. Okay. I think that's what you call... I don't know the exact term for this, but there's like a safety wall in fiction, right? when you experience fiction, it's not real, and therefore you can always like close a book, stop watching a movie, stop playing a game, etc. Right, and therefore you can go back to reality. But that kind of comfort is being broken here. Not exactly. Well, hang on. I want to say yes and no, because the fourth wall being broken is certainly how some surreal horrors get into you. Because when I read this story, I think of it like a play, right? The audience is Michelle and... Yeah, Michelle, right? Michelle and us reading it. The narrator is the maid. The stage is the play that we watch. And now we're switching it, right? Now Michelle is, well, he's the person that we experience the story through, so we can still call Michelle the audience, right? And us. The narrator is now Morgana, and the stage is her past. And the past, for some reason, can influence the audience. That's normally not how it's supposed to work. And the thought I had in my head is that to make her seem more devious and but malignant isn't the word, malicious. To make Morgana seem more devious and malicious, you break that wall. And I guess we'll call it the fourth wall. You break the fourth wall, and you invite her magic onto the person experiencing the work, right? So what would originally be like a cathartic work to kind of like purge your emotions and feel better about yourself instead ends up being a way of harming you. So instead of seeing someone suffer on stage and you're like, God, I feel terrible for this person, and you cry for them, right? Now you actually just straight up feel it. Well, I mean, that was really short, so no. So he took his sword, was going to cut your head, I think, and then what happened? And it's funny, like, as I'm reading the story, I'm still trying to remember the past, right? I'm still trying to remember why. Like, after Morgana took Giselle, because I remember that image. Why are we here? Why isn't it over? Oh, that's right. And so you also link back to blood being pure and impure, right? Which relates to other story themes too. Okay. So if the author is setting up to say that the first 4 stories and themes, which are, you know, all interconnected and create this thematic circle, if those themes apply to Morgana as well, what is the author trying to say? I mean, she's within her own cycle is one obvious answer. Huh. God, I'm trying to think now. I don't know many plays that mess around like this. So even though visually that's how I see it in my head, I struggle to think of a play that has a narrator go into the play and out of the play repeatedly. Well, that's not entirely true. You could say like Iago, right? From I think it's Othello, so that would be Shakespeare. And when you do that, you call that an aside, I think. All right, but hang on. Is that exactly what's happening here? Not exactly. It's like her position's right here, and then you're seeing her younger self on the screen is what's really happening. So then you would have two actors for that. I think so. Okay, keep going. Okay, let me bounce back again. What'd you say? You were saved by one of the slaves. Okay. The slaves started a revolt, and that's why you were saved. Got it. Okay. And we still haven't solved the reason why she feels such a grudge against these select few families, right? Surely it isn't because they existed in her time. So it must be the bloodline, right? These people she has a grudge for, they're children. She wants to continue the curse onto them. I think that's the idea. Is that why you hide your face? Because remember in that CG where Morgana takes Giselle away, her face was hidden, and I think a few of us thought that was super cool, but it's also kind of related to how how hiding your identity has been repeated in this story. In the so in the visual novel, not just this story. Okay. Yeah. Ah, okay. So then it's the breaking down of that distance. And again, distance isn't just horizontal, it can be vertical, right? So social hierarchy, blah, 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 blah. But I'm thinking to myself, you know, I don't want to say it. Let's keep going. Okay, so a transformation in character as well. Good memory. Holy shit, why? Okay, so twice now she relives this, and she's given proof that humanity's like this. Okay. Okay, so once again, we know that Morgana holds a grudge against. Is it 4 people or was it 3? I'm trying to remember. The protagonist of the first story, the beast of the second, the guy who is an entrepreneur. At the very least 3, maybe not Michelle, but we'll see. Okay, so maybe her story is being set up where these men that we cannot see their face, right, are the descendants of the characters, the protagonists of the stories that we saw before. Because Minerva just said, "One day I'll show you the world," a quote from a character in the first chapter. And now the second story, if I recall correctly, is about the beast, right? Was he half Japanese, half Dutch? I forgot. The beast was defined differently, right? And so maybe this is him, his descendant, or sorry, his ancestor. Was just Japanese? Okay. double check. Okay, this is why I'm crying. Something about him made me uncomfortable. Alright. Okay. So this, the same man who asked the question stood up. Right? So you can kind of see how this is, why I'm thinking the way I am, right? Exactly. Still a wild beast had attacked. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the third character and see if it fits together, and if it does, then I'll make that assumption. We'll keep moving on with the story, see how the author sets things up. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Dark Rob. Okay, so once he gets a taste of blood, he wants to go like the beast did. All right. I wonder if we're always gonna have this backdrop image right here. So I'm pretty sure this was the same image as before, except you're adding more blood onto it. Okay, so then a break again. Okay, so then we have it's first character story as related to Morgana, break. Second character story as related to Morgana, break. Third character story as related to Morgana. That should be the pattern. Okay. But yeah, Rob, if I had issues explaining the concept to you, I apologize. It's something that I'm still thinking about, and I want to study more. Okay, take a step back. Where are we again? Okay, so he's feeling more of the pain, unsurprising. Okay. Okay, so it might not specifically be Morgana, but things are dragging him down. Okay, and then you are setting up Morgana's growth through, I guess I'll use her words, shells, right? So childhood is daughter of God. teenage years, I suppose. You were 13, I'll say that. As a slave. So what's the third part? I'm curious. This would be young adult, I guess. Okay, I'm almost certain this is the same backdrop, although it looks a little bit different. Like, I don't recall seeing this part, but... What is that building, or whatever the hell that is in the back? Is it? I'm not sure how you see that. Okay. Okay. So if this is set up as I think it is, the third story should have the entrepreneur. That's what I call him. Or the Italian gangster son. Got it. I forgot what year it is, but I think that it actually might be the Dark Ages. Well, conveniently you find a witch. Okay. Yeah, good thing I'm not writing an article about this visual novel. It's actually... It would have been a lot of work. And I'm still, like, up to my shoulders in writing stuff. Okay, so you usurp her position, essentially. She was already dead, you walked into her cottage, and now you dump her into the lake. I mean, I don't blame you. You've had a really fucked up life. Okay, another young man. Okay. Flowing flaxen hair. I don't remember what the third character looked like. It's been a while. The first family had flaxen hair? Okay. Got it. And he also had a sister, so this is more fitting. The house in Fata Morgana. Give me a second, I'm trying to remember. Okay, so her village knew, the lord knew, but not the bandits. Okay. So twice out of the 3 times she gets screwed over, it revolved around her blood. Go ahead, Morgana. Sure. You know, you've been alive for a very long time. When did you learn the word placebo? Like, medical knowledge, obviously in the Dark Ages wasn't that great. So how do you... whatever. When you've been alive as long as she has, I'm going to assume you've learned quite a few things. But you're thinking, oh, I'm thinking, you're not thinking this. I'm thinking that the loss of faith in his eyes is something else. Yeah. Exactly. So you can get her sick from this. And so if her recovery is from a placebo, and eventually that's kind of, you know, waning, you're actually giving really... I mean, this is obvious. You're making her more sick. Yeah, we're not sure. We're not sure how far the mansion space has existed. Maybe we're already in the modern day, in the mansion, and the next person who's gonna walk into this mansion is actually us guys, right? She actually had another person she had a grudge against. It was the person streaming this channel. I will die after I finish reading this visual novel. And then when Morgana knocks on my door and says, "Welcome into the house of Fata Morgana," I'll be like, "What's that?" "Oh, that's the house that Loveheart really wanted to visit. Let me introduce you." And Morgana will like nod her head and then like cross her hands and be like, "Dog, I agree." And I'm like, "Dog, I also agree." And then Morgana and I will be like the best of friends, right? Like every once in a while, when she gets bored in the mansion, she'll come over to my place and we'll play video games or something. I won't ask for her blood, you know, I won't treat her like a saint. She's just a chill visitor. Yeah. Manu knows where it's at. If you had to live in the house of Fata Morgana for eternity, I would like legitimately ask Morgana, be like, "Hey, do me a favor. If you're gonna make everyone suffer who enters into this house that you have a grudge against, can we at least get a Comcast employee in here?" Thank you, King. Here, let me go back a step. Had a little too much of an inside joke. No one else, just them. New visitor. Oh, so this is how the rumor spreads. Why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? Okay, so instead of progressing to the third character, whose story is like in the 1800s or something, we return back to the beast, supposedly. Oh, and then you can kind of treat the cottage as if it were the mansion. Could that work appropriately? I guess so, kinda. Huh. Wow. I mean, it's fine. Your arm is chopped off. It's okay to scream. Oh, like she's an object, like how the Lord treated her. The mansion Lord. Actually, the mom treated her the same way, and now they're treating her the same way. Lose her church? I just had a thought, and it's a really interesting thought too. So, you know how originally I said the Lord of the Mansion is being paralleled with the Lord, the God, right? And as we're progressing through Morgana's story, we're seeing people, I guess, for lack of a better term, lower themselves, right? They're being more immoral, they're being uncaring, they're hurting others. So then, you're essentially closing the distance, actually. Technically, you're closing the distance between Morgana and the other characters in the story. But by doing so, by being super close, you're both essentially debased, is one way of putting it. But I'm trying to think of a better term for this. Animalistic? Sure, I guess I'll go with that. I guess that's fitting, given that this is the beast cutting her down. And I'm not entirely sure yet, at this point in the story, she curses the name of God. Although she might very well soon. So not yet, okay. I'm trying to remember Morgana's relationship before this story, before we know this, how she felt about religion. I'm willing to bet money she didn't feel positively about it, at the very least. But I don't recall any like specific line. And how could I, right? She barely like speaks to us in person. She speaks through someone else, right? Like Michelle would hear her voice and say like this, or this, or like we would see like red letters as she's saying shit to you in like the background of these passages here. Okay, so are you gonna use this? Are you gonna rationalize this and say that you gave a part of your body? Because you always said, at least from what I've read so far, that you're willing to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of, like, you know, people who need it, who actually need it, right? Not the rich, but like the poor, the suffering. Okay, so just as she usurps the position of the witch, there is someone else who takes that position as a saint. Okay, and then the picture in the background fades away, which Manu said it was a saint sacrificing and praying, I think. Okay, so then she fully transforms, I think right now, into, is this her third form? So childhood was a saint, early teenage years was a witch, third is a witch into a commodity, like an object, I guess. I'm trying to think. So then, what's the idea here? Give me a second, I'm thinking right now. Besides the transformation of a character, it's something else. It's, as an author, you need to logically show what? You need to show... Give me a second. Okay, so logical progression into what she is right now. She needs to start cursing God. So you have to show that route she takes to get here. Okay. And what she formerly believed was that it's okay to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of humanity for the needy. And now you put her in a position that is extremely hyperbolic, I guess is one way of putting it, where she does help the needy, but in exchange, no one considers her human. She is an object. She is something that produces an elixir, okay? And so once you break down her former belief in character, that means she loses her former identity. And by doing so, you associate back to a theme in the story. And that theme is, through time, you lose your identity, but you also lose your humanity. Is that true? Let's see if that's true. Okay. Through time, you lose your humanity. If that's true, let's see how it works in other stories. Okay, in the first story, how is it proven that through time you lose your humanity? As the children grow up into adults, the sister becomes more enamored with the brother. She becomes obsessed, cuts the girl with white hair and wears her hair like a wig and casts her out of the house. Okay, yeah, sure. Loss of empathy. Second story, the beast. I think that's pretty fitting. So he, the beast, looks inhuman at first, and the reversal is that when you finally see him for the man he really is, the truth actually is that he actually is a beast, that there is no human behind him. So that's the reversal that happens. But is it true that time leads to that? He forgot who he was through time. Why? He got in a shipwreck. He got in a shipwreck, lost his memory, became the beast, became the owner of the mansion. When his memory returned, he denied it. And then it eventually came back to bite him. And then we learned that in the past, when he was an owner of a ship with his stepfather or something, not stepfather, it was like the person that he was supposed, the father of the person he was supposed to marry, wherever that position is, I forgot. So Does that fit that story? That through time, humanity will lose its humanity. Maybe. I'll put that as a question mark. Third story. The guy loses connections to his roots. Who was he? He was the son of an Italian gangster. He used to live in somewhere in Italy, or was it Sicily? Somewhere there. He formerly had a good relationship with his childhood friend. They were from opposite mafia families, united by one character. His father, who believed in progress and discarding old values, kills his childhood friend's father, usurps the position, and then demands from his son to go to America and make new soil, make new land to bring back in favor of like growing Italy or something. So he's an entrepreneur now in America. So what we're testing for again? We're testing for through time, people lose their humanity. Okay, that's a theme. He forgot his past. He was more abusive to his wife. He gets killed in the end by his childhood friend, I think. No, he gets shot. He survives. But he dies alone. Okay, alright, sure. Sure, okay. But that still had some open-endedness for being possibly okay. Alright, so then this is a belief that she's going to have, I think, is how you're gonna set it up as an author. So she believes this. She's like, no, let's try it again. She formerly believed this. Morgana formerly believed that her identity was associated with self-sacrifice. And she will personally give her own blood, literally, to help those in need. And now from that position, you move it to this position, which is, she can do that, right? But in doing so, she's losing, she's losing her free will. Okay, alright, sure. So she gets what she wants in a hyperbolic situation. And I think you're gonna start breaking her down into Morgana the Witch, who no longer cares about humanity and doesn't want to give like wishes as a saint or anything. Okay, alright. Okay. I think that's it. That should be it. Alright, so I'm still not 100% on this, but it makes logical sense to me. So, what I'm doing right now, what I'm doing right now is I'm starting to try to understand the intentions of the author and how he's setting up the story for me to understand, right? And then I'm putting myself in his position to see logically how I would fashion a story that would borrow from the past and use the present to also improve the past and vice versa, right? Because when you're doing a story like this, where you have a lot of short stories that are interconnected, that reference each other, right? Intentionally, the audience is supposed to look back at them, use them as reference, and then by doing so, you grow the current story that you're reading. Alright. And so there's a really weird thing that I have to do, where I have to bounce my perspective from one as the audience to one as like closely to the author as possible, back to the audience, into the character, and it's really weird. Okay. Like I said, I am glad I'm not writing an article about this visual novel. It deserves it though. This is a really amazing VN, but it would take a lot of effort to explain everything to an audience who's never read this before. But if you ever wanted a reference point for how to fashion a story, to be self-referential, to use intertextuality, to to layer a story in such a way where every story is built upon ideas of the past. This is a good reference story, heavily. In a way, kind of fitting to move from Love to this, in the sense of how story is, how death is created. There we go. Okay, take a step back. I remained imprisoned for a long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long, the flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably, one severed arm was enough to use it. Okay, got it. I learned that to ensure no one else could get in, the observation tower, so that the tower where Michelle died, maybe not the exact same tower, but they both are stuck there for a while, sealed with 3 locks, and we had to open this tower with 3 locks. Okay. The Lord, the swordsman, and the young man each held one of the keys. So you're saying the Lord is the entrepreneur? I didn't make that connection. We'll keep moving, just to double check here. You're right, Manu, thank you. See, this is why I'm glad to have an audience like you guys. You provide me a different perspective on the story, and I can like cross-reference with you, and we can all learn together. Not literally hearing her voice, right? This is in your head. The church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. Okay, so kind of like your village. I could hear the bustle from far below through the windows. Everyone rushed to prepare. No, you literally heard their voice. Wait, no, no way. No, actually, I think you are. That's fucking messed up. So like outside the tower is a festival and everyone's having a jubilant time, and you're in there going like, yeah, this sucks. And then this church, through your sacrifice, is being built up, and in the festival they're actually drinking your blood. That's kind of messed up. So yeah, there we go. And positionally, you're like the girl with the white hair now. Okay, interesting. So then is the author asking me to empathize with Morgana here? I mean, that would make logical sense to me. And fuck, it sucks. Yeah. Oh, jeez, that was loud. Okay, so you died and became a spirit. That's an idea. So a little bit of a segue, but very rarely do I write like this. But because you have to read it line per line per line per line per line like that, it creates a certain type of tempo, a kind of rhythm to it. And I'm trying to figure out how I could ever use this in, I guess, in my everyday writing. And I don't know. It might come off really, what's the word? Convoluted isn't the right word, but I don't want to come off as begins with a P. Yeah, like that, Manu, right? So it can come off very pretentious. It can come off very pretentious, but if you set it off correctly and the words really help the scene run, then I think it'd be really good. But I don't think outside of plays, movies, TV shows, books, I could find a way to use that correctly. I don't know. Yeah, but as a visual novel reader, or a reader in general, I really appreciate people who understand the spacing of text and how it can influence a person's reading of things. Okay, so upon your death, you made a wish, and that wish was to get revenge, essentially, right? Which before you thought was very, I don't know, human. I remember you mentioning that when the slave said something like, you know, don't die, live long enough and you'll get revenge. And she was like, you misinterpreted what I was thinking. Okay, she wanted to die. That's an interesting scene. So they all drop the goblets, it cracks, and the floor is covered in blood. Oh, technically it's soaking into the earth is what's happening right here. That's a really good visual image. Okay, so has time passed enough? Or I mean, she lived in a time period where she said specifically herself, blood being clean or unclean, right, is a thing of belief. Hey, I have a question. In which Christian sections? No, it's not section. In which Christian sects, I think is what it's called, SECTS, do believers literally believe that the wine present in church is the blood of Christ? Is it only like Catholicism, or is it other ones as well? I actually don't know. That's why I'm asking. Because sometimes people, as far as I'm aware, they believe that's only symbolic, you know, metaphorical. Transubstantiation, thank you. And are you supposed to drink the wine? No, right? You're supposed to take a sip and spit it? I don't know. You don't drink the entire thing. Okay, so for my own knowledge, can you tell me why? What's the logic behind it? So you drink a wine which is meant to represent the blood of Christ. And some people believe that's literal, and some people believe that's symbolic, not literal. But why? Not why people think it's literal, not literal. Why do you have the blood of Christ in a glass? I guess while I wait for that explanation, I'll keep reading. Hang on. Has to do with Jesus stating during one of his many speeches to take of his blood to never hunger and to drink of his blood so they may never thirst. Okay, one more time. To take of his body to never hunger and to drink of his blood so they may never... Okay, so that means... Does that mean the crackers that you serve during Sunday churches are all supposed to represent his body? Okay, so at the very least, in those Sunday church moments when you participate in that is something holy, right? So you symbolically take the gesture of using his body and his blood so you may never suffer the same way that he did. I'm pretty sure that logically makes sense. As a symbolic gesture, I mean. So then let me figure out why this doesn't make sense to me, because something about this made me super confused. What she claimed to be medicine that turned out to be blood. Yeah, but you're in a time period in which... Okay. Right, yeah, blood is unclean. That's what we know, at least. Was it the reversal? That... No. They came to her, the nun of the church, because she had medicine, not blood. And so these people believed, specifically, this is the medicine that would cure them. Okay. But it turns out to be that. Okay, so I'm going to assume if you're part of this church, it's only for the medicine, and the only blood that's okay to drink is symbolic, or the blood of Christ. Yeah, I'm thinking that as well, Rob, because how she starts the story, I didn't want to say it because it was way too early, but it sounded like the Virgin Mary story, right? Because the Virgin Mary had Jesus, and Jesus didn't have a father except for God, right? I'm willing to bet money, and I'm pretty certain others are as well, that you're supposed to make that kind of understanding. If you are a Christian reader, or you have some understanding of the Bible, that you're supposed to borrow from that to understand this story further. So thank you so much for explaining those ideas to me. Okay, Morgana, I know you think that your cry for help initiated this, but, you know, coincidentally, it could have just all worked out. Okay, so he looked down upon it like he did on life from above, alright, pretty much. Holy, what the fuck? Oh my god. The Dena Plague? Question. When did the bubonic plague happen? Was it during the Dark Ages? Okay. Okay, so he realizes that. Yeah, that is possible. I mean, you could also say the rats, but hey. Well, actually, technically, it's not just the rats. It's the fleas, right? That started that disease. And the reason why the doctors never got the plague was because of, I think it was what they wore, right? Not just the masks. They thought it was the masks, where they would stuff it with, like, I think herbs or something. But it was actually their cloaks, and the cloaks prevented them from getting bitten by fleas. I think that's why the doctors could walk around and, like, try to cure people. Oh, that's why they're called plague doctors, duh. Okay, Koopa, please. Okay, it all makes sense now. And that's why the doctors' masks look like that, right? Because the long nose was where they would stuff the, I think, herbs into the nose. It looks like a bird, a beak or something. It's a crow? Okay. But I wish to believe it was a miracle. And up until this point, you've been saying things like, you know, it could all have been a placebo, right? The reason why these things worked was because faith, right? They believed for it to work. And so, let me read this passage again. You're saying that miracles, these magical power things that happen, is because of faith. But in this case, it could have been because of the devil. Okay. And you choose to believe that. You said that. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then instead of a miracle, what gets propagated is this curse. And it's because of faith, I guess, in the curse. Oh boy! Oh my. Oh my god, Morgana. She knows people. She's had to see it, right? People at their ugliest. And I was saying, like, as I was reading through this visual novel, that I would, like, buy the maid a beer because she was such an amazing storyteller. And then now I look at Morgana and I go, like, holy shit. She gets it. That's, So the reason why I say that is because, let me just give you one quick example here. Let's use the third one, the easiest one, right? He seemed to have a great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured those were the only things he could ever have. Who needs love or friendship when he could be drowning in power? Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Okay, so this section right here is what an author would write for the development of a character, okay? So it would be a character arc, essentially. So this would be the belief a character has. So in the case of the entrepreneur or the lord, he believes that wealth and authority are the only things you would ever need in life, right? The belief of the lord. That's the lie. That's the lie, right? That they believe in. And then to fix that, the thing that they need to know, the thing they need is they need to understand that love and friendship is more important than the lie they believe in. And then you have those two things to create a point A and a point B for the development of the character. To get from point A to point B, you also need, ideally, if it's a main character, to have I think it's called a wound or a ghost, right? The idea is that there has to be some reason for why this character believes the lie they believe in which case it would be wealth and authority is the most important thing in life, right? And then that's three things. There's one more thing that you need, ideally, for a main character to have a strong character arc. Specifically, in this case, a progressive character arc, or a positive character arc. It would be, let me see, we got ghost/wound, we have need, we have lie, we have one more thing. What is it? Want. What they want, right? So this character wants, I'm trying to remember, the entrepreneur, what did he want? He wanted, can anyone explain to me what the entrepreneur in the third story wanted? He wanted to have freedom, right? Freedom from his past that was consistently there to haunt him. And he thought that he can get freedom in America and with his wife. But instead, he abused his wife, and his past came back to haunt him, and his childhood friend tried to shoot him. So I would say he wanted freedom, which was in the form of something physical, which was the railroad. Okay, so there we go. That's it. You have the lie the character believes in. You have the ghost, the reason for that lie that existed, right? You have the want for freedom, and you have the need to encounter the want. So each of these sections right here are setups for character arcs in the story. And because she understands that so well, she understands humans, that she can set up her curse perfectly to emphasize their greatest fears. And that is how her curse manifests. And you can only get this from really understanding humans, right? And she got it because she got a really close picture of every single character she hates. There we go. Okay, Morgana, I have a lot of words for you. A lot. I don't even know where to begin, but I have a lot of words. Like, something. The sins of the fathers and the mothers should not be transferred to the children. That's at least one thing I'd say to you. 2, holy shit, you make an amazing writer. Let me buy you a beer or something. 3, God, what else would I say to Morgana if I got a chance? I understand your hatred, right? I'm not gonna just sit here and go like, yeah, you did everything wrong. I fucking get it, right? And thank you for telling me this story. 4, what else would I say to her? Like, oh my god, Morgana is amazing. There's something about her curse that feels a little bit hypocritical, and I'm trying to figure out how to explain it if I were to talk to her. What is that problem? She wants to perpetuate something onto people who didn't deserve it, which are the children of the ancestors. So what is hypocritical about that? Because there's something about that with her as well. What is the issue? Something about bloodline. Okay, bloodline. These characters are trapped because of their heritage, their blood. You have been abused and subjugated to torture by humanity and your belief in God because of your blood, your bloodline. Okay. To get away from this circle of torment that you've experienced in your life and even after you died, you have to give up your hatred of these characters. You have to stop believing in the importance of blood. That blood determines whether you're pure or impure. And if you can do that, you can exit this internal, this mansion of internal torment, right? No one's happy here, let's be real. Like, all the characters that you hate, they're not happy, obviously, right? You're not happy. You want to fucking kill these guys repeatedly over and over and over again, but that doesn't seem to sate you. Like, you already fucked them over, but you're not happy. What is Michelle doing here again? Michelle's supposed to be here to save someone from the mansion, which is the maid, Giselle. But you prevented that. Is it because you're jealous? That you wanted someone to save you? That's a question I would ask her if I got a chance. Would she not care? I mean, she wanted to hurt the sister because obviously they were connected by blood, right? She's really fixated on bloodline, heritage. It's a thing that's gonna stop her from moving on, but she's never had a chance to actually progress past that. From childhood, she has the blood of a saint, right? To teenage years, a witch, a slave, blood being used again, right? What third part of her life? She was usurping a position. She was usurping the position of a witch inside a cottage. Well, again, using her blood, right? Fourth position was she's now pretty much an object, bleeding out elixirs for people in a church. No matter what, she's stuck in her own life where blood is so important to her own identity that if she could just stop that, right, she could finally be free. But she can't get past that. And that's my understanding of her as a character and how she could move forward. Does she want that? Can she realize it? I don't know, right? She's been living for centuries. She's at the very least 600 plus years old. She's fucking old, right? And throughout all those years, she's been fixated on revenge. She's never had a chance to really leave that. Like, does it hurt to be like you? I don't know. That's a question I'd ask her too. Morgana is so fascinating. What an interesting character. You know, it's kind of hard to be all there if you're always constantly in pain. So like, if that's what it's like to live in this mansion forever, then yeah, I don't blame you for not thinking about the things I thought about here. Tell you what, has anyone ever said to you, Morgana, I'm cheering for you? Like, good job fucking over those 3 men. Like, they were excessively cruel, and yeah, I agree with their punishment. Like, I'll be there for you, yeah. go Morgana. But past that point, I'm not really sure about that. You don't want Michelle to be able to handle this pain because you didn't? I mean, he's pretty much living the life of Morgana right now. That's the obvious parallel here. Okay. What? No. Like I said, I think Morgana is really cool. And, like, I am fascinated by how well written this story is. And fascinated by her as a character, right? Obviously, if my arm were chopped off and I was bleeding on the floor and streaming this game, I don't think I'd be able to make all the things I want to happen into reality, right? I wouldn't be like, hey, Morgana, my arm's chopped off. Let's have a nice and dandy little talk here about your life. Right? Nah, probably not. Like, I'll be honest, that's true. Who could? Okay, so this is a weird situation because when Morgana was in the tower, I thought for a moment, and it might be intentional, that Morgana had a position that was very similar to Giselle, right? Being trapped in the tower. I mean, Morgana dying in a tower, Giselle... Well, she didn't die in a tower, did she? Michelle did, at least. Michelle died in the tower. What was the point I was gonna make again? I was thinking that maybe she wanted to be saved by Michelle, but I don't know. Let's see. Morgana, yeah, Morgana died in the tower, but Giselle didn't, right? Because she lived past that point, and she made a wish to the witch Morgana. Right. She died in a tower as soon as she made a deal with Morgana. I guess that makes sense, because you can't live for centuries unless you're dead. I mean, if you're dead, you're not living. And she's been in the mansion filled with dead people, so the implication of her being dead makes logical sense to me. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, let's just say that. They all died in the tower. That's cool. I'm not sure if that's intentional, but I've never seen this kind of setup like this, which I mentioned before in the stream chat, as a vertical built writing structure where you're going on top of the tower. In poetry, that would make sense. In the sequence here, I'm not sure that's purposely being done. And if you don't know, form is a huge percentage of poetry. Oh, it's like he's climbing. That makes sense. Like in his voice, he's climbing. Okay. So you want someone to be with you, right? I mean, like, let's ignore the part about us torturing 3 people for all eternity. Do you? If I could, hey Morgana, I'm actually a wizard. I'm a wizard, and I have the power, if you believe in it hard enough, to break us out of this tower where we all died. But the price of my magic is that all the souls in this house also have to be left free. Would you like to leave this mansion alive and happy for that price? Like, if that were actually possible, would you be okay with that? As long as you make these 3 suffer forever, you can be together with the person you love. And he gets this. Okay. I mean, I would have explained her problem through her fixation on blood, right? I wouldn't specifically say revenge, but hey. What? Dude, I just went through your entire story. Of course I care about you. What the fuck? Like, your story is very related to me. Right. It would have changed. What the Morgana? It would have changed everything. Like, if I knew your story from the beginning, we could have worked things out. Michelle? She's dead. Just wanna put that out there. In fact, you know what? Not even gonna ask that question. Let's keep moving forward. I mean, that's not the point though, right? Her being dead or alive doesn't actually matter. These are people who have their souls floating in a mansion for eternity, right? Dead or not, they can still be saved. Like, it's not the physical body that matters here. It's the salvation of the soul. That's the point. Okay. Like I said, I read this as if I'm watching a play. The curtain being the fourth wall. Yeah, actually, that works. That perfectly works fine. I mean, if you're saying that Michelle is like the reincarnation of each of these protagonists, that was something I thought about for the longest of times. So let's see. Blanc, let's be real here, man. You're not really paying attention to the story. Oh, right. Okay. Does that make more sense? I guess it would, because it will give autonomy to the other characters as well, which wouldn't like ruin the build-up they had. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Wow, jeez. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. Should I get some water? Um, I have a little bit of water here. I should be okay. All right. Okay, so the father. Ah, I get it. I mean, it's not much to say. I just okay. Hmm. Well, this is new. I wonder why the decision to do portraits. Also, this song I recognize it. It's the piano version of a song I heard before. Okay. Is that the case though? So, Michelle was dropped into darkness, and then we have the patented chapter, right? And it's a door 7. So are we 100% not showing this door to everyone? Because I was thinking that it's very invasive to have all these characters' stories shown to me, even though they don't want to show it. And then I was like, well, what about Michelle? And then, lo and behold, the 7th door. It could be. Well, I mean, if you were raised to be a girl, then you wouldn't be participating in war, at least during this time, certainly not. Oh, your siblings. Okay. Ah, duh. Okay, so you had 2 brothers. I recall that. So we're gonna see why you get cast out of the house and into the mansion. All right, that makes sense now. You know, quick question. I'm sorry. I have to ask something so stupid. But how do you pronounce this guy's name? Is it Georges? George? Georges? A swordsmanship show? Out of curiosity, are you fascinated by, like, by chivalry, Michelle? Do you want to be a knight too? I mean, you're really good at chess, I can tell you that much, but... Well, actually, I don't see the board. Maybe, like, scholars mated him or something. Georges? Okay. Out of curiosity, is it thing you're doing with the text? No, okay. Oh. That's... I just realized. Because this entire story had narrators, right? For once, you're actually narrating your own fucking story. Okay. To whom? Us? Or to someone else? Kind of curious if that's going to be an audience thing, too. Maybe just himself. Okay. Yeah, I'm really curious too. I mean, also Morgana may be watching. Although I think Morgana is the one who really forced the situation to happen, right? Both of them would make sense too, though. So now we have like a full connection of everyone's backstory. Everyone knows everyone's like past. Well, maybe the ghosts don't know their past, but hey. I mean, are we gonna go to like phallic imagery with a sword? I don't know. We'll see how this is built up. Okay, so is that because you want to leave and go outside, or is it because that's what you first thought it was, but it's actually... Okay, alright, I get it. Is that what he's trying to do, the author? So you're trying to say that... Okay, hang on. Let's try that. Okay, so how do I explain this? Do I do it now, or do I move forward? The sense of being imprisoned. How do you turn this into a theme? Every character within this story is a prisoner of something. Is that true? I mean, I think it's actually easy. Morgana being in the prison of... I mean, yeah, they're all technically, physically, or they don't have physical bodies, but yeah, sure, physically imprisoned in the mansion, sure, bam. But it's not the mansion, technically, that really is the prison. It's like their own desires, isn't it? Like their own faults that are holding them back as prisoners. And so they're being stuck in this situation where they can't progress as characters because of their own flaws. And that doesn't allow them to move forward in their own lives, like ghosts in their own story. That makes a lot of logical sense. Oh my god, this author is really good. Okay. So then why did I think of that? It's because we know that Michel sent a letter to his mother proclaiming that he wants to be happy with this woman, Giselle, and specifically mentions, I hope you accept me as your son, right? So then, if the theme of being imprisoned by your own flaws is carrying into this story, then you are saying as an author that Michelle is... I mean, his body is a prison, sorry. Okay. And then, because this isn't a story in which you're trying to save someone's, like, physical body, they're already dead. The idea is you're trying to save someone's soul. Okay. But, despite that, every reincarnation this character has consistently has Michelle trapped in some type of, like, shitty situation, right? But also trapped in a body that Michelle can't get out of, which is white-haired, red eyes, and consistently throughout time, characters see that as a quality of being a witch, a quality of being impure, a quality of like ruining and cursing people's lives, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure Michelle doesn't have any magical powers. I'm pretty sure that's Morgana's doing here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Wasn't quite expecting that, quite frankly. And it's, a little bit of that is I'm focusing on other things in the story, but a little bit of that is also because, well, they were trying their very best to hide the physicality of Michelle, the person in the mansion talking to the maid. Okay, alright, got it. But I feel like that's kind of an obvious thing. I did think about that at one point as well. But why did that happen? Why did I switch my thinking into Michelle was the narrator's, like, blah, 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 reincarnation? There we go. It's because prior to that, I didn't understand Morgana actually existed. Okay. And also, like, all these qualities of characters are so interconnected to the point that it just flows into each other. and they all share these like situations with each other that makes it confusing, but also more memorable, more, well, it, like I said before, it bleeds in. And so like this strange amassing of identities that I'm trying to figure out because the story connects everything so well. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, I think that's it. Sorry, I had to take a little moment there to try to like figure everything out in my head, and I was just voicing my thoughts as I moved forward. I'm pretty sure what I said at least makes logical sense. Like you can see why I broke down this particular section here, and took a theme out of it, right? Um, Also, I did mention phallic imagery, but I don't have to say that, right? People already fucking know that. So you're fixated on being a knight because you want to be a guy, and it's not just the fact that your life is being imprisoned inside the house. That's part of it, but it's not really the entirety of it. The reality of it is that you want to have the same freedoms as your brothers, as an example, and as a man. Okay. But despite that, no matter what, you are always reincarnated as a woman. It's interesting. A female body, at the very least. So, is that because you're cursed by Morgana? That can't be right. Or is it? Let me think. Were you cursed by Morgana? I'm trying to remember now, because my memory is faulty here. Or are you saying that you weren't cursed by Morgana? It just happens to be that every single time you're reincarnated, God is like, hey, sorry, sucks for you. Got it, you're right, that makes sense. So it's through the powers of Morgana, but it's Gaselle's wish. Okay. Interesting, wow. And that's a desire from a character that locks another character into that position. And then, for a story so fixated on identity, that makes a lot of sense, because your identity is not just who you believe yourself to be, but it's associated because of like the context of you and others, right? Huh. Yeah, it's fascinating. I really wonder how much effort it took to set up everything in the author's head. Like, did he just take years upon years to write this? Did he like have a gigantic piece of paper and was like, these are the themes I really care about, and I want this to connect to this and this and this and this and this and over and over and over and over and over again? Like for me, it's easier to write something creatively if something physical to write on and something visual that I can see. Because if I put everything into words and I have nothing visually to connect ideas to each other, then it's a lot harder to keep it all in track, right? Which is why when I explain certain things to you in my streams, I like to use visual representation to giving you an idea. Wait, Morgana. I just realized you're making Michelle live through isn't that just a little bit too much torture? I mean, at the very least, you definitely made him realize, like, what it's like to be in your shoes. Okay, alright. That's a really strange way of making someone understand you. Wait, so what was your wish then, Michelle? Certainly, if you went into the house and you legitimately believed that Morgana was an actual person, then you must have made a wish. Okay. And maybe that wish was, I want to be a man. Okay. We'll see. Obviously, the story's gonna tell me everything. We'll try. Okay. Sorry, what? He's gonna go be, like, a member of the church? Let me just double check that. But... well, you know, I kind of assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle take into... oh, okay. So it's like, why he's gotta go be some priest-whipping boy? Yeah, he is. Okay. Just like the first protagonist. He knows what condition the order is in. That's why he's joining. You're talking about the Holy Order? But you're using language to say, like, a physical thing in a place of faith. Okay. That's why I was getting confused, but it's very fitting. I mean, I think he was gonna be a priest either. He looks really buff, man. Maybe I'm making a mistake here. Well, I'll keep reading. Okay. Overhaul the order. Okay. Oh, you're saying he could be a tactician. Okay. I mean, well, he's specifically establishing a very obvious barrier here, but in this case it would be social conduct. Which I guess is the reason why you also want, why the portraits make so much sense as well, because there's always that barrier in between. I'm not sure how much the author has worked on cinematography in terms of visuals, but I wonder if that was his job, or if he had someone else do this for him. I don't know, that's a good question. I would have to look up the staff members for this VN and try to figure it out. Because it could be something like it could be in the script notes, right? Where as a playwright or a scriptwriter, you would write something like, character enters scene, certain distance is established, character says this in a certain way. Like, script writers can have influence over how an actor or actress does something, right? And a visual novel is obviously not just text, there's visuals to it too, and music, blah blah blah, right? You get that already. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, how aware is this author of the visual aspects of a VN? I believe this is their first VN, is it? At least officially, I'll double check. The house in Fata Morgana. This should be it. I think Fata Morgana no Yakata. Yep, this is it. So the author, the main author of this, there should be only one if I recall correctly. Yep, scenario is Hanada Keika. Let's see, you have vocals, you have director here. So he was a scenario writer and a director, which to me would imply that he has an understanding of visual communication. Hanada Keika. You have a Twitter? What? You speak English? Wait, sorry, you speak English, Italian, and Jap? What the fuck? I'm following you. Okay, done. I'm gonna send you a message. Hey, I'm reading The House in Fata Morgana. I just wanted to say that you're an amazing writer. I look forward to more of your work in the future. Okay, done. Wow, talented. Let me see. So the first story you've ever written, at least officially, is Mujo no Erasmus. What is that? That can't be right, is it? It says 2011. It is. So you wrote in 2011, and this story was 2012. What is this? It was released only in Japan, and it's all ages. And you were also the director and writer. Review-wise, it seems to be less reviewed, less popular. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right then. Man, multi-talented. I could definitely see it. Italian too, though? What in the world? One more time. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand things how I felt. Okay, so you had a disconnect with your brother here, but you didn't blame him because after all, you don't even understand yourself. I want to know what had gone into me far more than he did, okay? Michelle thought that becoming a knight would be the key road to finding out this mystery about yourself, but ultimately, that wasn't an answer. Loveheart, I'm going to assume there is one more chapter after this. But don't answer that. how many hours ETA do you think that I have left? Eight to 10 more. Okay. You're saying that you feel an affection or an attraction. Okay. Well, you're specifically saying that something is hurting you. Okay. Perhaps that's better to say that. You're feeling something like a needle in your heart is what you're saying. Yeah, I get that. But is it because of how perfect she looks or something to you, or is it something else? No one had told me my brother was to be married. Oh, so you didn't have that. Ah, okay. So maybe that was the reason why. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Okay, no, I caught that. All right, we're good. The way you're fixated on certain body parts and like the way you describe it, yeah. All right, that's an attraction. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. So okay. I get it. It's because of your. It's obvious. It's because of your focus and background. How about that? Okay. Isn't that kind of a rude statement at the very beginning? Okay, fine. Okay, at least he softened that strong statement with this, so that, like, curb interpretation. Honestly, I couldn't tell she was 14. Alright, yeah. Wait. The first person Morgana talked to was you, wasn't it? I mean, that has to be the case, at least time frame-wise. What year was this again? Was it the 1300s? Or was it the 1100s? I don't recall anymore. Wait, who's older then? Morgana, how old are you? I think this is the 1100s. Shit, man. Wait, huh? No. It must have been... Fuck, man. If you go to the house after this, that means Morgana has to be older than you. Okay. And the first person you must have spoken to would obviously be you. Oh my god, you two legitimately, like, relate to each other. Did you notice that at all, Morgana, or were you just so fixated on yourself? Just like you. Huh. No, that has to be the case. Yeah. Right? And there is no way that Morgana has been in this house this entire time, watched every single fucking story, and doesn't relate to Michelle here. There's no fucking way. It would blow my mind. She's been called a witch throughout, like, centuries of her freaking reincarnation, right? So, oh, that's such a cool detail to know. Okay, so that means, yeah, but I should have read more into Morgana's, like, actual narration dialogue, because then I could break down speech acts and better intentions. But I was so focused on reading into the thematic qualities of the story. But instead, I should have focused on seeing if I can read into Morgana's mindset better. Oh, what a bummer. I lost out on that one. Yo, Shogun, thanks again for the subscription. So, okay, so pretty much the thing I'm thinking about right now, just to super dumb it down, is that you know how I visualize this visual novel. Okay, I perceive this VN as like a play, right? With an audience, us, or the audience, Michelle, right? But there's another audience member that I keep forgetting about, and that's Morgana, right? So if this were a play, the people who are watching are us, Michelle, Morgana, technically the narrator's watching too, right? So the narrator could be the maid. And so throughout every single story we've seen, Morgana is also watching. And I forgot about that, right? I just didn't consider that fact. And so that means that time frame wise, because now we're in the past, like a lot of times, but we're in the past very close to after Morgana has become a witch and she inhabits that mansion, right? It means that... So what's the correct order of things here? It means that Michelle gets kicked out of this mansion and into the house of Morgana, alright? And Morgana's there, and she can choose not to speak, but I'm going to assume she does. That's a fact. She speaks to Michelle. And then they live their life together, right? Yes, they live their lives together in that house, always. And so from that point on, you start seeing Michelle live a life very connected to Morgana, having to experience the 3 people she hates the most, having to be called a witch repeatedly, not a saint, even though you're named after an angel, right? I think the angel of justice. I forgot. Michael is the angel of what again? Can someone tell me? And you want, I'm going to assume, Michelle to look your way, because you forced her to, is it proper to say her or him? Fine, him, to look at the life that you've lived, and you finally told your story. And Michelle has looked and noticed. Okay, this is really intriguing. Huh. So there's this weird period of time that's not covered. And that period of time that's not covered is after Morgana becomes a witch, whatever year that was, up until this point. What is Morgana doing? And then, like, Morgana's relationship, specifically being more clarified, right, in her own personal story. Okay. I think the angel Michael is seen very often holding a sword. And isn't Justice also holding a sword and scales? I'm pretty sure, right? Justice is commonly having a blindfold on, holding the scales and a sword. The scales represent judgment of a crime and how it weighs, and then the sword means justice, right? And so it would likely mean that Michael is the angel of either judgment or justice. And it fits the character being so fixated on swords. So hey, that is a reading that I was not quite expecting until I finally took time to think about it. Ragiel? Okay, so then it must be judgment then. Okay, alright. Okay, so socially you're not actually supposed to kiss. I didn't know that. I thought you were always supposed to do that as a wow. Okay, my mistake. I don't live in your time. Okay. Man, now I feel terrible. Like, I don't feel like I'm well equipped to explain this story well enough. Because I have such a... Despite the fact that I have a education in literature and English, right? I haven't invested myself that much into the Bible. And so I can't give you that much of a religious reading on this. Although I don't think that's necessary, but I feel like I can get so much more if I had a better understanding. Oh, so you would rather replace the feeling of disgust with something else. I got it, okay. So he's drunk. Okay. Boy, for an aristocrat, you really have no couth. Oh my god, okay. A minstrel? Yeah, songs again to go along. Okay, so he's a playboy. Got it. Oh my god, oh, Jesus. Like double check something? Tears. Did you repeat that twice? Oh, we're going crazy. You did. Are you referring to the remnants of the what happened? Huh, okay. That felt right, okay. Okay, so from that one encounter, you clearly maybe not clearly, you finally get a direction of what you dislike about yourself. Okay. Okay. Right. Did the portrait change color? Nah, I'm going crazy. Okay, oh shit. Is the internet still working? It's still connected, thank God. Okay. Sorry, it's been so quiet. Man. Yeah, I feel like we've been watching several movies back to back to back. So it's taking a lot of my my mental energy just to read into everything. One day, I really hope that for a more interactive game, I can have that kind of thought process. It's been really difficult to take my kind of thinking from a more text-heavy medium into other mediums. Like, for example, I don't consider myself that great when it comes to music, right? I can't read into it that well. I don't have that background. Or like reading into video games, I find very difficult because of how the structure is so different from what I've been learning in school through education. That's what I'm thinking too, right? This is also intriguing to me, but I'm also dancing in my thoughts right now. Okay. At least certain things make sense to me, and the progression of it I can understand, but I can't voice my thoughts as clearly right now, and I'm trying to figure out why. How about this? I will take some time to get some tea, and I'll walk around the house, clear my thoughts, and try to figure out things as I walk around. Usually that helps out a lot when I'm trying to write for an article or something. Okay. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll do that right now. So I'm gonna get some tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologize for the wait. So I thought about it more, and I think I understand why I am getting a little bit confused. It's because I'm bouncing so many thoughts in my head to try to figure out the importance of certain details. So I think for this story, it's pretty obvious where it's gonna head, right? So given that Michelle feels hatred for Michelle's body, right? And that we have a endpoint that we know that's guaranteed to happen. Michelle is going to go into the mansion and meet Morgana. So because we know that's going to be the point, the question becomes, how does he get kicked out of the house, right? And most likely that's going to be because of Amy. You notice how when Michelle was looking at Amy's body in a scene where you saw absolutely nothing. It was actually, the entire screen was black. In this section right here on the screen where the dialogue happens, you would see like very vivid details, color, emphasizing body parts from Amy, right? Like her luscious lips, the red of her tongue, the beauty of her hair, stuff like that, right? And this is pretty much Michelle coming to terms with how he wants to be a guy, right? Poof. That I think for most part people easily understand. The thing that I am having trouble trying to figure out is, now that I figured out that Morgana, throughout all these centuries, has watched Michelle go throughout, I don't know, every single reincarnation, right? My thought is, how does the idea of transubstantiation relate to Michelle as a character? And the reason why I'm using transubstantiation is because the people in Morgana's story would drink her blood, right? And give me a second. So you're drinking someone's blood, you're putting that into your body. The characters reincarnate multiple times. Well, that's not true. Michelle reincarnates multiple times. Is that the only person? No. Okay, so are they reincarnations or are they ancestors? They are reincarnations. The ghosts are reincarnations. Michelle is a reincarnation. Morgana has not reincarnated. Well, that's not true. Morgana has reincarnated, with quotes, right? Transformed from one form to another, to another, to another. Okay. Characters who were protagonists reincarnated, as a, in quotes again. The beast became a man, became a beast. The boy became an adult, I guess is one way of putting it. Okay, anyway, alright, so where's my confusion again? My confusion is how to connect this story to Morgana, because Morgana wants to connect to Michelle. I'm almost certain about that. Okay. I don't know. I'm just dead in the head. Let me just keep moving. Okay. You know, I wasn't sure if I wanted to say this, but I was wondering if there was a love triangle in this story. And that love triangle, I think, is kind of obvious if I were to guess it. But I don't know if that's where the author is headed. And there's still, like, blank spots in my head for how things connect right now. Okay, that gave me a clue. So... So are you saying that even in religion or also in society, you're still gonna be suffocating, trapped by conventions of both? That's a rhetorical question? It's a rhetorical question that I'm asking as if I were talking to the author. I'm trying to figure this out right now. And then I'm trying to figure out the comparisons between Morgana and Michelle right now. What? Is there a reversal happening here? I'm trying to think. Okay. Does not speak with the nationalities of the characters. Well, we have a Japanese person who's the Beast. We have an Italian person who is the entrepreneur slash the Lord. Is the Lord Jacopo? Okay, yeah. We have the flaxen-haired youth who's the main character of the first story. Was he actually English? I don't know. So you're trying to connect to Michelle, but these are all hobbies Michelle's not interested in? Okay, I get it, alright. A sculpting knife. Oh, okay, like sculpting wood sculptures. Took me a while. Okay. Yeah, but I thought in this time, are women not allowed to be artists? That's strange to me. I guess if we're talking about weaponry, right? Women wouldn't be allowed to use swords, and a sculpting knife would be very sharp, so they wouldn't be allowed to do that. So I guess sculpting's not okay. Also, you don't have to attach a hobby to a gender, right? Like, fuck, man. I find it fascinating that some people still think cooking is only for women. Like, get out of here. That might make more sense, too. That's possible. And obviously, it's really important to be aware of period-specific things when you read this. So, can't insert my modern views here. Never been to the court, really. Wait, what? Holy, so you never even met in person until then? That sounds terrible. How are you even okay with this? Are you okay with this? You're not? Okay. I see. Well, I mean, I've heard this before. I've heard this before from Michelle's mouth, right? How you loved, like, Jacopo so much. In fact, that feels very fitting. Oh, I know arranged marriages are still a thing. I almost got an arranged marriage. Let's not go there. That's my face right now. God. Yeah, trying to find happiness through such narrow passageways. That sounds suffering. I can understand that, actually. "14? Yeah. Really? I assumed she was older. Ah, so that's the first contrast that I noticed. Okay. Huh, interesting. Is that really a contrast, though? I think that's actually a relation they can have, where Morgana, well, at first didn't feel unclean, but until the end, blood meant something a little bit different. But in this case, more body-specific? Interesting. I mean, there was a way for you to catch that gaffe, but I guess since Michelle doesn't speak to many people, that wasn't that obvious. Okay. Okay, well. Right, okay. And then reinforcing social conduct again. Yeah, most likely. I was also thinking about the presentation of this story compared to the last one. If I recall correctly, the previous story had no character visuals, right? And it was obviously told from the perspective of Morgana. And then you mentioned how this could be just straight up a memory. Well, yeah, right? Maybe told to absolutely no one. Maybe just completely remembered from the perspective of Michelle. Maybe Morgana and Giselle are watching, right? All these questions that we don't fully have answered yet. But the thing that we do know is that physicality, visuals, etc. are very important for this particular story. And it's not just shown in the visuals, it's obviously shown in the text. In fact, how much narration do you even have here? I feel like it's mostly been dialogue. Internal monologue, and then a lot of dialogue. Okay. I guess to be fair, that's most of the visual novel, though. Thanks, Morrison. One more time. So she's talking to someone that we cannot see. And you can't even hear the person's reaction unless Amy is just talking to herself. Okay, and then you're commenting. You're commenting on what she's saying. Got it. Okay. Okay, so now, guaranteed. Wow! Yeah, I assumed it was your fiancé. But yeah, with that kind of comment, you could make the logical deduction that it's Didier. I mean, yeah, you can make a, what do you call it? That kind of interpretation with them being together. Or she could just be confiding. But naturally, something like this would be something you tell Georges. But he might take offense. Ah, well, there we go. And is that how you got that thought into your head, that you're cursed? Okay. Oh, and that's it as well. Okay, and this entire time, well, not entire time, but for a lot of it, I was thinking the curse was mostly physical, but now it's actually gone past that, because it's not your hair, right? It's not your red eyes, it's not your skin. Huh, man, that seems so suffocating. Because so many actions or hobbies or things done in this sequence right here are associated with a specific gender. Obviously on purpose, and very relevant to the time, but where to go from this? I'm trying to compare Michelle's mindset here to what Michelle becomes later. Ow, what the? Why did you hesitate there? Restrained fear on her face. Your joints hurt. Are you actually having a transformation like Morgana? I'm curious now. Let's see. Whereas before, you could, like, make everything, like, coincidence, right? This is not quite the same. Okay. It could just be puberty, but aching of the joints for puberty? I don't recall that. What is this then? Could still just be sick, but I don't think that's the case either. No one looked at her? What? What is happening? Okay. What the? I guess, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's right. Because of growth spurts, I think is what it's called. So it's possible. I know I grew really tall during my puberty. Okay. All right. Now I'm curious. Okay. Ah. Right. I want. Because you're. I know when. Oh God, how do I? So the key indicator was the what? The joints hurting, voice changing. Got it. Okay. Wow, very distinctly different. I mean, I know in your previous portrait, is that an Adam's apple? I can't tell. Man, you look so different. Only 6 months? You're still 14? How's that possible? Yeah, I know, right? So I guess that's why people are so shocked. I mean, someone completely changing that much? Wow, right? I was actually unaware of that. Interesting. Oh. I actually recognize this corridor. But I thought I saw this corridor in the first story. Strange that I'm seeing it now. Okay. You're right. Right, that makes sense. Ah, so you've been hiding, Michelle, in, I'm assuming his room for a while? Okay, alright. Yeah, there we go. Is that what he did that? It's called a farce stick, right? I want to double check really fast. I believe a farce stick is something that has a space in between and you're supposed to stuff it. Fuck, I keep forgetting this one. Okay, farce definition. Farce. A comic dramatic work using buffoonery and horseplay and typically including crude characterization. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the word's original definition. Farce. Or force meat, a savory stuffing. Okay, hang on. Finely chopped and highly seasoned meat or fish that is either served alone or used as stuffing. Where did this word come from? Circa 1688. First known use of force meat? Go back. To improve or expand something such as literary work as if by stuff. Oh, the stuffing itself creates the space in between. I get it. Okay. Yeah, I'm still contemplating the visual decisions of this particular chapter. Because from the beginning, I noticed this space in between. And now, with the revelation that Michelle changed into a man, right? The idea of the space in between, the farce, the distance that's forced upon social conduct all makes sense now. Okay. Wow, okay. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, sorry, Kylan. I'll move a little bit slower. It's just that the pacing of the scene seemed really fast, so I went with it. Okay, yeah, that makes logical sense. I mean, the reason why Michelle wouldn't know that, right? Because he covered himself up before he looked into the mirror. Okay. And then, what's the idea here? The idea is after 6 months of being, I guess we'll call it imprisoned in his room, he comes out. He essentially breaks the family apart by revealing the truth, right? Although I didn't see on the screen myself Didier cheating with Amy. I'm going to assume by their expressions that's certainly the interpretation you're supposed to have here. This song I also recognize. Where's it from? Isn't this from the third story? Wait, that can't be right. Yeah. But remember, Manu, this is a story with multiple perspectives, all of whom can't always be trusted, right? And you know that already because of how the maid was a narrator for certain scenes, and you had to like fight against her interpretation multiple times. Like I don't think that's true right there, or I don't think that's true right there, and there's no way that's like how this character feels right now. That kind of situation, you can't always like, you can't take people's words always as fact, especially if they're a narrator, right? I mean, that's how like the mystery of Morgana was impactful. Oh wait, you've never seen a male body before. Is that why you're so confused? Okay, I get it. I remember in the third story, obviously Michelle wrote stories. Sorry, wrote stories. Fucking. Michelle wrote letters, and they weren't received, right? Right. And I'm trying to figure out if I'm getting that confused with what you're saying as well. And, you know, that's perfectly fine if we're getting confused here. Fitting, right? Sorry, what? What? Okay, so yeah, you've never... Okay, yeah, that makes sense why you're so confused. Ah, so that was your mentality beforehand. Okay. Like, the idea of... oh, yeah, duh. That makes so much sense. Which is why Giselle felt so, betrayed? Sure, betrayed. When you forced her past into the limelight, and you used that to push her away and also shove her out of the mansion. Yeah, that makes sense. So no respect for personal privacy, which also fits for why you can see all these stories, right? Oh boy. Kylan, can you still read at the speed I'm reading? If it's a little too fast, I'll slow down. Okay, I'll just read it. I'm reading at the speed I normally do. Oh, you mean read it out loud? Oh, I don't know, I'm just not that kind of person. Generally, when I'm trying to understand a text, it's easier for me to read it in my head than to speak it out loud. And I don't feel really comfortable trying to act out a character, at least not for a story like this. Part of it is because there's no voices for this visual novel, and so I don't feel it would be appropriate for me to actually read anything out loud. Second thing is I don't actually want to hear my voice in the archives. What's that called again? Like imposter syndrome? Where like you hear your own voice and you don't like it. No, imposter syndrome is something else. It's when you don't believe your accomplishments or things you have done fit who you are. So like you downplay yourself. Yeah, I just don't like hearing myself talk. I'm sorry. But, right. When certain VNs have voices though, or like the character is very instinctively and obviously you, then I will voice things out. But otherwise, not a big fan of it. I'm sorry. Also, luckily, just through the text of this VN, it's actually really easy to hear the characters' voices. Okay, so officially a prison now. You can't actually leave your own room. Wait, if Morgana is watching, is this the first time you're seeing this story? I mean, did you tell the story even to Gazelle? I don't think so. I certainly don't recall any mention of this. Right? Does anyone recall this? Did Michelle ever tell Gazelle anything about this past? Like, specifically this section here? Because I'm trying to remember, I don't think so. Right. And there's no reason for Michelle to do so, because this is the thing that he fears, right? For her to learn about that. I mean, I'm not exactly sure if Morgana can read minds, because every single time I'm thinking thoughts, Morgana never mentions anything backwards, right?
Bullshit!
Right? So, unless Morgana can only respond to the words you place in your head, I don't think she can seek out the past. I don't think... I don't think so? Hey, Alan. That's a really cute avatar. No, it's not an avatar, it's an emote. Squish. Is it Squish? The Under Night and Birth player? Yeah, right? Must be his channel. Yeah, I met him at EVO. We didn't have too long of a conversation, but he seemed like a swell guy. Wait, what? You know what? Don't go into that. Hey, I do have an important question though. Does anyone recognize where this song came from? Because I've heard it before, and I feel like it's in the third chapter. And I'm trying to figure out why would you use music from the third chapter for this section here. And also, you know, with the accordion being played, I think that's the clue. Yeah, and it reminds me of a time when Michelle was also locked in that cottage, or wherever that place was, when she was sending letters. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was on the right path at least. What is this? This thing here. Like, very commonly they use a lot of like objects, foreground, actually that's background, to hint at thematic visual qualities of the chapter. Like a rose, right, for the first chapter for obvious reasons. I think it was like a wheel or like a cogwheel for the third chapter, etc., etc. That's a very forward way of saying that. Yes, okay. Wait, what do you mean it's Amy? Well, that's embarrassing. Creepy. What exactly is this picture? You look like a freaking ghost. You're giving water, I'm guessing, here? Oh boy. No, much harm. Gotcha, buddy. Right. And then in the third chapter, the maid was actually the enemy sending food. Okay, so we're obviously seeing parallels pretty easily. Which means that Michelle had to live through that twice? God, this sucks. Wow! Oh my god! Are you saying that people... Oh, Jesus. So she was supposed to give food and water to the main character here, but instead she just fed it, threw it away, did whatever. How long has it been? Oh, get the fuck... Oh my god. Why is she doing this? Well, when Michelle popped out of the room and went to see the family after 6 months of being imprisoned, there was the revelation that Amy was sleeping with Didier instead of Georges. Which, she's still in the house, which I imagine the family didn't take it as truth. Sounds more like blood than it does water, but here. Okay. So my expectation of being kicked out of the house because of too much physical intimacy. There we go. Is not exactly right. I wonder where we're gonna go with the story. Oh, we transitioned songs. It took a while for me to understand. Oh no, it's still the same song? Wow, what a bitch! Yeah, you know, I keep forgetting that. Like, no matter what, Michelle in every single story, due to physical conditions, right, cannot leave any estate. Well, there's no commentary in the back, right? Morgana's not going like, well, I should have told you, but people are like this. No, nothing? Okay, got it. The peanut gallery's on here. Oh, you refer to her as Mother, capital M. Okay, got it, buddy. Oh, so yeah. I was actually wondering this entire time, like, were you really okay with the marriage? You said yes, but it didn't feel right. And now you're just taking things out on Michelle, huh? Well, I mean, if your reputation's damaged, how are you still here? well, you know, hasn't had water, hasn't had food. Man, so weird. Have you ever seen a story so fixated on swords in both contexts? What a transition, huh? I was like, yeah, you know what? I think that my reading of Michelle being fixated on the sword here is probably a misreading. I'm gonna let that one pass. Nah. Okay. It's like, this visual novel does that a lot. I couldn't possibly be understanding this correctly, right? The sister is just being very friendly with the brother, right? Ow, what the fuck? I mean, I'm pretty sure that would hurt anyone, but okay. I completely understand why you never talked about your past. This is not just sadistic, but incredibly embarrassing and painful. I get it, yeah. Can't just ask for this to be mentioned. Every day, huh? That sounds like sharp silvery. Silvery? Silverware? I believe technically no, according to what I've seen on the writer's resume. There's a story before this that exists, but I think most people read this one first. Oh, you bit her. Okay. I thought with the implications of the sound of silverware, you're gonna just stab her or something. But I don't think she'd be that stupid to bring a knife in. Also, given the fact that before, Michelle had a knife, right, with a servant, so they wouldn't allow that. Yeah, but Kylan, if you really enjoy the story thus far, you can check out the archives. We have everything for Fata Morgana archived from stream 1 to, I think this is stream 6. There's a lot of conversation, too. Although for this chapter, it's a bit slower. Read quicker? Well, that's a problem, see? Some people say slow down, some people say read quicker. Is it on YouTube? It's on our Twitch channel. Check our video archives and look into the collections. It should be a tab that you can hit, and you can look at our collected footage of House and Fata Morgana. I mean, if you want me to read as fast as I normally do, here we go. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a remastered edition for, what, the PS4? I recall reading about that on Twitter, and it's a little bit of a shame. If I waited just a little bit longer, we could have read the Ultimate Edition, or whatever you call it. Wow, a true villain. Thank you, Amy. Wait, this might be the moment in which Michelle gets kicked out of the house. In which case, technically I'm right. Michelle got overly physical with Amy and got kicked out of the house. Can I take that as a point? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if for this story, it's better to be voiced or not. Because, like, there are certain sections in the story in which having no voices completely fits the mystery of it being presented to you. And there's a lot of decisions they do to make the quiet space of you reading this optimize. You're remembering the past? Why? Let me see. Why was I the demon and not her? Which is the reversal from Morgana's perspective. Why was she the saint and not myself? Okay. Got it. Yeah, I think so, right? Because with voices, it changes your interpretation of a story. And then as a director and a writer for this, you have to go back and go like, I can't have this section be too informative, otherwise it might ruin the reader's like ideas of where the story is gonna go. Because there's tons of twists in this visual novel that exists because a lack of information. And this is the song that I think was in chapter 1. Yeah, get some sleep, Manu. I'll see you later, man. Take it easy. We should try to finish up on Shiki later. Okay, so they're using music to make sure that you as a reader understand what connection you're supposed to be making. So if you can remember the various songs which are made specifically for a chapter, then you're good to go on reading something not stated. Sorry, what? One more time? Oh, it's because you don't actually like each other. Well, you interact with each other because you're brothers, but you don't have the same interests. Wow. Look, gas. Okay. Okay, buddy. She flipped when you saw a cat? Oh, okay. What? I mean, you can give the option to Michelle here, but I don't think that is what happens. Wait, is it possible to feed a dog a cake? Because I know some people actually make special treats for dogs on their birthday. I'm pretty sure it's not a cake though. But I do recall like pictures of like candles and stuff, and then they give the food to the dog. Call the cat Morgana.
Bullshit! Fuck!
It makes perfect sense if you think about it. Tell me, what does the cat look like? Does the cat always ask you to go to sleep early? And it makes so much sense. Like, oh my god, the author is a genius. Wanted to set up a connection to Persona 5. Turns out, Morgana and Michelle have been connected for centuries. Way too long before we even knew. Ugly speckle. Oh my, rude. Ugly speckles is charming. Oh my god. If the cat knew its name, wouldn't it be hella mad? You're right. Yeah, but the thing is, Sassy Pink doesn't respond to its name. Same thing with Cutie Blue, so, you know. At the same time, I don't know a single cat that actually responds to its name. Like, when I go over to Scott's house and I call for Yuki, she doesn't come downstairs. Or, like, I forgot what his other cat was named before. Well, we have Towner. I haven't met Towner yet, though. Only once. When Scott was picking Towner out from the store, I guess. God, man, I'm suffocating in this room. I want out. I want to see more, right? I feel you. Get me out of here. Oof, oh my god. Just having to describe that makes me sick. Hi, welcome back. Oh my god! Out of curiosity, you're not actually holding water anymore. Oh my. You know, I was gonna say, how much longer until you feel satisfied with your revenge? And then I remembered Morgana exists. That kind of unending hatred. Like, how long has this chapter been? It feels like we've been here forever. Time moves at a different pace. Like, when like, Chaos, Loveheart, Mio, and I, and Trace, every once in a while, right, play... Well, Hydru, but he's not here right now. When we play Don't Starve together, time moves at a quick pace, and I'm like, what the fuck, it's already 5 in the morning. Okay, but a different kind of self-loathing. Interesting. So it's replaced by a different... fear? Sure. Yeah, very fitting. Because I can't tell time either here. Oh yeah, that's right. And through this entire section, we don't have any breaks. Whereas before we got breaks to pace ourselves through it. And because of that, it feels so fucking oppressive. That makes sense, right? Yeah. Because if like you have so many heavy hitters, scenes that make you feel like dread, right? Having too much of that back to back to back to back to back gets exhausting. But that's what we've been given. Oh, man. Okay, and here, I took a quick break. Let me get some water. Oh, man. What time is it? 1:47. I'll keep going. Okay, I'm back. Big trouble, what? Two years, oh my god. So that makes you what, 17 now? Assuming that 6 months had your birthday. Okay. $16? Okay. Are you kidding me? 2 years of not hearing you, and now you want to hear back. Oh, alright, go for it. I'd hold a grudge. Dad's talking crazy. Oh. Holy shit. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sure if I trust this word here. Because we're a family. 2 years, man. Really? Trapped in a room. And then, in the future, according to some people's memories, right? You sent letters to them multiple times and no response. Okay. What's the saying again? Blood's thicker than water? I don't believe it in this situation at all. I definitely think they planned this with the father to just get Michelle out of the house. Oh yeah, that's right. And the father thinks that Michelle is dead. I remember that now. Okay. So this actually could be true? Oh, it's just so freaking hard to trust him after everything we saw. Well, actually, we've seen would be the correct grammar here, but whatever. Hey, what? Around the same height as you, I think. He reads that as that. Okay. So he wanted to be coy, I guess. No, like coy is the right word. Whatever, you know what I mean. A book. Gotcha. Huh. I mean, how do you guys feel about this right now? Do you feel it's okay to hope? I mean, we know the eventual result, obviously. I'm just saying, like, how do you feel about the brothers and their relationship and statements they made? Don't believe him. In the same 2 years, your mom never saw you either. Man, now I sound like Morgana. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe this entire time I was a witch. Wow, guys. What? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So you have like the experience from the past and he won't believe you and you don't want to wreck that, right? There's also that, yeah. Okay. Oh, so you've forgiven her, and that's why she's in the house. Okay. That makes it really hard to say the truth, yeah, okay. So, okay, that's why you had such trouble with Cassell. I get it. Oh boy. Okay, you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking, okay. Right, in line to close himself up. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and the speech pattern is starting to really appear here. I think this is what Michel spoke like when he met Cassell. Yeah, this is definitely it. So we pretty much molded the character now after this series of events. Oh god, I just forgot. Oh, what the fuck? I just had a thought at the very end there, but I just forgot it in an instant. Okay, so back to present time. What the? Is that normal? What the hell is this? Yeah, that isn't my mixer. This is actually the music in the game. Okay, so pretty much, you're in the same situation as the people you saw in the previous chapters, where it's not from your mouth. It's, well, I mean, that's what he just said, right? Hey, Morgana. Is that all you had to say? No, I do agree with Morgana on that point, but I would hope in the future he would eventually open up, but wow, right? Yeah, and every character has had their past like on full display here, so the question is, did everyone see? Did Giselle really see? There's more? I'm not sure if you're serious, but multiple times I keep like messing up on Michelle's pronoun because I'm so used to multiple things. Wow, rude. I'm not Morgana. The poll never finished. What? Okay, ignore the bot. What was the thing again? Oh yeah, I was thinking about whether to trust the brothers or not. But if we read into the music, and if that was intentional, I feel like the music was implying that you should try to trust the brothers. But it's just so hard to, you know, given all the things we've seen. And definitely whoever is the sound director for this game is very aware of how music is used to influence your interpretation. And obviously the composers as well. Okay, I'm super excited to see Morgana talking to Michelle here. I want to see how the first interaction runs. Oh god, is it the... No. That was a church. This is a chapel. Just wait. No, fuck it. Nope, not going there. Just keep moving. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. A flat link of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. It used to be a cross, but it's bent now. Okay. Got it. Well, I mean, this person has never been outside of the house, so not that Michelle would know. Was that the same village Morgana was born in? Curious. Would it make sense? I mean, it's not guaranteed. This is where she died. So when you open that door, aren't you gonna see a corpse? Wait. If that's the case, then the chapel is a fucking church. Okay, do you see a body behind that door? Let's go. I mean, I know I said they all died in the tower, but I didn't specifically mean the exact same tower. Okay, let's see. I'm kind of curious. Whoa, one more time? That description. People only sealed doors like this for a reason. Largely because they didn't want or couldn't allow others to see what hid behind them. Yeah, I get that. Like what they did to me. So the relation between you and Morgana. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. Just like Morgana. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed off door, acting as though nothing was there? Just like how much you wanted to be saved when you were locked up in that, well, in that prison. Okay. Yeah. This setup makes a lot more sense, and I'm starting to see, if I'm reading into this correctly, I'm starting to see why Morgana is so fixated on Michelle, right? there's the famous window. Yep, well, there we go. So yeah, that means the chapel is a church. I was right about that. Just didn't want to say it. And let's see how this interacts. Yeah, Frieder. In a way, salvation. But that's not exactly how this goes. How does that work again? Give me a second. I remember a thought, but I don't know how to connect it. Something, something, something. It was like... God, fucking, now this feels terrible. Give me just at least a minute to think about this. Because something just dawned in my head. Okay, so I don't know how to phrase this. But it's... If I were a certain character, and this character was before Morgana, the person said, I want you to see my story. And then after Michelle opened the door and I saw Morgana's dead body, I was like, ah, I get it. I mean, I followed up to that point even before I had that thing pop in my head, but... Who was that? Who said that? Was it the maid? Was it Giselle? I want you to see my story. Sort of. You're essentially seeing yourself. That's such a weird way of doing that. How does that work again? Okay, so hi, I'm the maid. I'm talking to my master of the mansion, which is not technically true. And I'm inviting you to see a bunch of plays, in quotes, right? So, in reality, every single time I read a chapter, I thought to myself, this is related to the main character, and it felt like that. But you were set up in such a way to try to dissuade you from believing that. Okay. And so, it's not another character on display, it's actually you on display. Right? Technically that's true. I mean, you're looking into the stories of every other protagonist. But the truth is you're also looking to your own. So there's just a weird duality of it. How's that? What? Wait, does that mean every single character is... That's not true. Not every single protagonist in every single story. But the core characters, the core three characters of Morgana, Giselle, and Michelle were in every single story. Is that true? Is Morgana in every single story? Could technically be there. I mean, once we learn more about Giselle's story, Morgana was technically in Chapter 1, and technically in Chapter 2, and technically in Chapter 3, so yes. So that means the core three characters are actually in every single story. So whenever you look at a play, you're not just looking at a protagonist's story and seeing, like, their, like, past unveiled, right? That embarrassing secret they want to keep hidden. You're actually seeing also bits of every other character as well. You guys had a relationship for a very long time. Holy shit. So that triangle? That triangle, does it always exist? Holy shit, I never thought about that before. Okay, so hang on. First story, what's a triangle? The triangle is Giselle, the brother, the sister. In Michelle's story that we just saw, the triangle is what? The brother, the two brothers, and Amy? Or is it the two brothers and Michelle? I mean, you can do that relationship either way, I guess. But maybe I'm looking too hard into that. Shouldn't that be a 4? No, it's because they take over someone's position, right? Because they kick her out. So then, hang on. Let me see how this works. 4. No, I want to say no to that. I'm not ready to say that yet. That seems like an overread. Because what's the 3 people in the Beast then? Who has that third person relationship? It's the Beast, his wife, and the Beast, his wife, and Michelle. That's 3. In the first story, it's also 3. In the third story, is it really 3 as well? It's the husband, Jacopo, Giselle, and the maid. Is that true? I think so. Where's Morgana playing this then? Well, technically Morgana's in every single story. So you're saying that there are 2 pairs of 3s, and one character keeps overlapping over each other. Is that true? So then who's the overlap in the first story then? Is it Morgana? That doesn't work, does it? What the fuck? Why would you do that? Why does 3 matter to you? Other than the Holy Trinity. I mean, come on, man, really? There's no way. Question. Is it Catholicism? I actually don't know. The Holy Trinity is in Catholicism. It's Jesus Christ, it's God, and it's the Holy Spirit. Is that correct? I want to Google that. I feel like I'm a moron right now. Let's see. Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, God. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So, you're starting to see something that I'm noticing as well, but I don't understand why, which is why I'm so confused. So, I'm noticing a trinity in every single story, and the reason why I can't fit it together is I don't understand why the trinity exists, 1. And 2, why is there 4 people, mainly in Michelle's story, right? That gets like mixed around a lot. So it's like, it's the 2 brothers, right? And Amy, right? That's their relationship. Amy is supposed to be George's wife, but sleeps around with Didier. And then, you can't have a 4th person, so that 4th person gets kicked out. But I don't think that fits. I don't think that fits at all, because I don't understand how that relates to other stories. Is it really just 2 pairs of 3s? Okay, let's try again. First story, what's the 3 pairs? It's the brother, the sister, and Michelle, right? And Morgana is somewhere in there. Yeah, Morgana technically is in the story, which forces the other 3rd to happen. Because Michelle, Morgana, and Morgana, and who else? Giselle, Michelle, Morgana is in every single story, technically. Okay. So what's happening here? I don't get it. Okay, so there's 4 characters in the first story, but when you first see it, it's 3, and when you see it the second time, it's paired in 3, I think. Yes. Okay. Is that how it works? Second story is Michelle the Beast, and his wife. Okay, that's when you first see it. But when you see it a second time, it's the Beast, Morgana, Giselle. I'm almost certain that's the case, because I don't recall seeing the wife on the second run through. Okay, third story. Third story is Jacopo, Michelle. Is there a third person? Oh, the maid. Okay. Not Giselle the maid, the other maid, the childhood friend. On the second run through, did we see the maid? No, I don't think so. Does anyone remember? On the second run through, when you see from the perspective of Giselle, do you see the childhood friend? Do you see Maria at all? Because I don't recall that. Barely. Fuck, man, this sucks. I'm gonna say no. Right? Whatever thought I'm having, I'm just gonna say no to it for now. Even if it's really interesting, I can't support it right now. I can't think of why you would do this either. I understand that the 3 core characters of Morgana, Giselle, and Michelle existing in every single story. Yeah, that makes sense, right? But I don't understand, like, moving characters around and having 2 pairs of 3s. I don't understand why you would do that. Okay, and you relate to this dead person. Yeah. Is this how you summon Morgana? I'm curious. Let's keep going. Please, put Morgana in the picture. That character is so interesting. Hmm. Okay, so you lessen the statement. At the very least, this is what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a really somber tone after all the heartache we saw, right? And we don't know what to expect anymore. I don't know what to expect anymore. We're still waiting on Morgana to pop in. And I don't know if I can believe the brothers. I don't know if I can believe the mom will come back and care for her child. We don't know. But we're beyond that now. They're dead, right? How long have we been in this mansion? Centuries. Ah, okay. You said this line before. Full circle, huh? Right, and then the distance is also the hierarchical position again reinforced. It's interesting. Yeah, but the thing is, every single time characters become on the same level with each other, disaster happens. Right? That's a problem. People get too close, and then a curse beckons, and people get hurt. Or like people get too close, close, and then like you see humanity for what it is, right? This shit sucks. Like distance is consistently maintained in this visual novel, and it hurts. Or like you're close to someone, and then you eventually die. Something goes wrong. But it's always because of someone else, isn't it? Is that true? It's because of someone's like grudge continuing. It's not always Morgana's. It's interesting. God, what a scary way to look at life. Man, honestly, I can't think of many stories I've read where this consistent distance from below and above is maintained throughout every single iteration, and it's like, I mean, sure, maybe not cyberpunk, but this is like for every character in their life, and it's in different forms too. It's in the form of social hierarchy. I'm above you because I'm a lord, and you are a slave, right? I'm above you because I am God, and you are a person that's being punished. I am above you because I am able to pity you, and you had a worse life than I did. I am above you because, I don't know, I'm physically above you in power, right? And you're below me because you are weaker. And you see what I'm saying, right? It's freaking everywhere. Eight years has already passed? Holy shit. So if you're 16 then, you're 24 now. Large rectangular object draped in cloth? It's just that commonly when I see this distance, this vertical distance established in a story, the common answer from the author is the closer you are to the middle ground, the closer you bring someone so you see eye to eye with someone, the better your life will be. But that doesn't happen in the story. When you see eye to eye with someone, when you fall in love, for example, you get fucked over, right? Turns out you fell in love with your sister, or you fell in love with or you see eye to eye with a beast, but the beast is actually human, and the human is scarier than the beast. Or you see eye to eye with just trying to think of the third example here. You see eye to eye with the maid, sorry, not the maid, with your childhood friend, finally, right? But you want revenge, or she wants revenge, and it's depressing that you can't connect with someone without death in the story. A parchment? A painting? Okay. Yeah, but here's the thing, Sokoro. When they die, their souls are trapped in the mansion, right? So death, even death from their physical bodies, isn't salvation. It's hell. It's a hell made partly from their own lives because they're all trapped regarding some situation, right? It's terrible. Yes, the torn-up painting inside inside the mansion. And then, you know, the focus on physicality again. Just as Michelle was looking at Amy and how he describes her physicality, again it comes back, and again it comes back. Oof. The transformation of a theme, impressive. Or just the recurrence of it. And then how that traps the character. Oh man. Yeah, that's the portrait. So the moment you started cursing and wanting revenge, Morgana makes her entrance. Okay. Okay. But at this point, you don't actually know his story. You just heard his anger. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. I just had to double check here. Okay, so you went up to the tower and did it. Angel of Judgment. There we go. Wait. Oh shit. I think I just figured it out. God, how do I explain this? Oh my god, I don't know how to explain this. This is so fucking cool. Okay, you know how I was so confused about by the double threes, right? So there's two pairs of threes in every story. You know, okay, fucking. How do I explain this? This is actually really fascinating. Okay, technically, in every story there is Michelle, right? Michelle in the form of a woman, right? And there's Michelle also watching Michelle, okay, in the audience. And then there's Morgana, and then there's Giselle, right? And you start seeing this weird overlap where a character gets pushed out, and then another character takes their place. And I was wondering, why is that relevant? And then I thought about the Holy Trinity, right? I thought about Jesus Christ, God, and the Holy Spirit. And I thought to myself, isn't that also associated with your body? Is it not, right? Because the belief in Christianity is that the Holy Spirit is in all of us, right? And, what was it? Fucking, give me a second. And then we're talking about the soul transferring from other bodies. And, freaking, it's so hard to explain. And Michelle is trapped by his body, right? So, freaking, I feel so incompetent that I can't explain this. It's so confusing. Okay, so Michelle is in existence in this visual novel that that is meant to fluctuate. To go from one shell to another. That makes sense. It's pretty obvious, right? And so the idea of having two pairs of threes is that someone has to transfer position into the other pair of three, and that is relevant that it's Michelle because of how he functions in this story, right? Right now he's a body, and his soul is trapped. But after this story, his soul is transferred to another form, right? And it can't be the male form anymore because of the curse, and because of that transfer, his role differs. The pairing of three changes. You only ever learn about the second pair of three once you revisit the first, second, and third chapter. When you first look at the stories as a reader, you're like, okay, it's always about Michelle, the woman, right? It's always about the protagonist, and there's always someone else that fits into the picture. But because you see it again from a different perspective, which is from the perspective of Giselle, right? You start to see the position change. And because of that, someone's kicked out of their third position. Someone's kicked out of the trio, and someone usurps that. And so you're transferring characters' roles because their souls are being transferred, right? And the reason why you have trios being swapped over and over and over and over and over again is because you want to establish, as an author, that one, these characters are interconnected, right? The character's first problems. Sorry, the first chapter's protagonist's problem. That's a huge mouthful. The second and the third, all their problems, right, are related to each other and are related to Michelle and are related to Morgana and are related to Giselle, right? All their stories interweave and all those themes make sense. And that's why you can start kicking people out of the trio, right? You can start putting someone else there and it all works because all their stories are so connected with each other that you can have this holy trinity get pushed around like crazy because their souls are modular, I think is the correct definition. Modular means you can move like chairs around and shit, right? Like it's like Legos. And okay. And so that's why when you have a reading on Morgana being written as if she were the child of Mary, right? Because her mom said something like, she said something like, I was a mother with no husband and I had a child from God, right? Like the Virgin Mary. That's why when she does that and you get like a very distinctly saintly religious viewing of Morgana, how her position in society religiously changes, right? It's all modular. You can move it around. People on the top fall straight to the bottom. People from the bottom rise to the top, but not in a good way. They look down on someone, right? They get disconnected from their humanity. People's souls move around all the time in this story, right? And then their morality also changes because they're cursed. They go into situations hurting other people. And like this distance that's maintained, this vertical distance between God and the person being punished, or the Lord and the slaves, and yada yada yada, right? These things get flipped around like crazy over and over and over again because nothing's permanent. You can switch their souls, and the story carries on, right? The only thing that's really permanent in the story is the suffering, right? You can throw the boy from the first chapter into the second chapter, and it still kind of works because their themes are so interconnected. You can throw them into the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, etc., right? And it all works. But the thing that doesn't change is the fact that the themes stick together, their suffering still stays, their only thing that really changes is the souls that are moving around. So yeah, that's the reason why I was so confused earlier, because I was so fascinated by that concept of like modular soul working, I guess is one way to put it. What? You don't find that fascinating, Michelle? I think that's cool. So like Michelle who reincarnates that position every time. Do you think the soul is probably the same? Is that a question, or are you stating something? It should be a question, right? Because it sounds like it's phrased in a question. Oh, you're asking me if because Michelle and Michelle are uniquely in a specific position of suffering with the white hair and blah blah blah, right? The physical entrapment of the body. Do you think the soul is the same? Yes, I think that's the implication. It just happens to be that the story, the dress the person wears is different, right? It's the same play in a different dressing. It's the same characters, the same cast, but just a different setting. It's just kick a character out, put them back in again, right? Did Morgana bring back Michelle every time because it's what Giselle wanted? Okay, so with Morgana, although it's not distinctly proven in the story yet, I legitimately think there is a holy trinity, love triangle, whatever you want to call it, between Morgana, Giselle, and Michelle, right? And I feel like Morgana wants Michelle to look at her because Morgana is looking at Michelle. Those two are so related to each other that ideally Morgana wants to bring Michelle over to her side, right? And go like, stop believing in people, give in to like seeing what humanity really is, so I won't be lonely anymore. For eternity, let's make other people suffer, and I don't want you to break away and have some stupid revelation, right? I want you to prove to me that I was unable to change my life and And anyone in my position would do the same thing, right? Some type of mentality like that. And for Giselle, it's like, I want to be released from my suffering. I want to find someone who can love me, and that person is you, Michelle, right? And I'll wait for you for eternity so I can be reunited with you again. And who stops that? Morgana. Because of, hilariously enough, Giselle's wish, which is to always be, what was it? Her wish was something like to be reincarnated as she was, right? No. That wasn't the wish. The wish was something like something with your body, something very specific. Like, I want you to be recreated in your own form, or something like that. Does anyone remember the exact word she uses? But the point is, her own wish traps Michelle into the female body, right? And so like this reconstructed, right. This gets like cycled forever and ever and ever, and it's like a character is only looking one way but never at each other. So it's something like Michelle is looking at. That's not true, right? It's Michelle is looking at. No, it is, right? Michelle is looking at someone else. Giselle is looking at Michelle. Well, I can see that. Fuck it, it's so tough. But the point is, if you created a way for these three characters, excuse me, to see each other's perspective and to connect with each other than like, I only care about Giselle because I'm Michelle, or Giselle, I only care about Michelle, right? Or like Morgana, I only care about Michelle, but not Giselle, right? If they all can look at each other and notice that they're fucking the same person for the most part, right? They have like all these, they've gone through the same shit. They've lived for fucking ages. Then you could have this curse broken. They can finally move forward. But it's fascinating. It is so fascinating how artistically done the story structure for Fata Morgana is. It is. I can't think of a. I'm trying to think of any other story where it's so well thought out. Like the actual physical structure of this story is so important to you understanding it that if you don't get it, then you lose so much of the depth. Alright, so same kind of laugh he had. Okay, so now she accepts that position. That makes sense, obviously. That's such a perfect way of putting it. Not just because of the religious like ties to the story, but the idea of putting someone else's burden onto someone else, right? And it keeps being carried. And guess what? The cross will come back to you. And yeah, that's right. And this entire time, you never asked her story. Holy shit. God, man. Yeah, it's a pretty magical number in terms of writing. I mean, Morgana, how can you be so sure about your revenge making you happy? It didn't happen, trust me on that. Yeah, but you know how her curse works, right? Amy's gonna be back, trust me when I say this. I mean, she'll literally be back. What the curse brings him to the mansion, right? Do you want to see Amy's face? I don't. Her smile's hella creepy. Well, okay, here we go. Okay. She definitely recognizes that. Okay. Okay, so that's hella fucked up. So you put him through all this shit Just to try to prove a point. Okay. Yeah, right. Again and again. How much time has it taken? Holy man. Okay, after this story, we gotta see, man. It's a roller coaster. You know, this is a strangely humanizing way of reading the story if you really want to. It's like if you put anyone in the same situation as Morgana, as Giselle, as Michelle. Well, hang on. We're not sure about Michelle yet, right? But if you put anyone, for the most part, in that situation, they're gonna carry on the curse, is one way to put it. Just has to be pushed far enough, right? Right, and that makes a lot of sense, Minerva, right? Why he never asked her story. And it's so important to know if you want to, like, get Morgana out of this revenge-filled cycle. In that last line there, to kind of sink in the fact. The thing, though, is that getting past your fear is what could have helped the situation. Dude, are you seriously talking to him in bed? Like, give him at least a break. Exactly, Jesus. Yeah. Right. But the thing is, Morgana, even though you want to make Michelle, like, commit to revenge, you're harming the guy. And you don't realize that. It fucking bothers the hell out of me. At the very least, because you understand the shit he's gone through, and very apparently vice versa, if you had told him your story, right? Fuck, man. Curious. No red text, okay. Possibly, right? Because every single little bit of trust Morgana has given has been betrayed. So commit to the contract, I guess. For the most part, it feels like characters are very logically written. They all have their kind of like goal in the story, and that's masterful, right? You definitely want that. You write a character solidly enough where you can let them just rock, and you know exactly how they're gonna work. Well, I mean, she has no body to get tired from, so she can just keep talking. Holy shit. Yeah, but Morgana, there's a hypocrisy in there. You're saying that humanity is nothing but like shit, right? And if you're saying that that is normal for humanity, then what's wrong with him slashing out a painting? Like, no, really. Right. That argument doesn't work. We understand what her intentions are. That's an interesting idea as well. I didn't think of that as a position of strength, is one weird way of putting it. I mean, that's one way of saying casts from the light. Okay, interesting. Huh. Oh god, you're repeating the same words he said to you. This feels kind of condescending though. Well, I mean, I can't hear her voice, so I can't tell how she's saying it, but... Sorry, what? Where are we again? Okay, sunlight, blah, 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 blah. The witch is blah, 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 blah. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But there's a little more to be said about that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. Okay. What? Shouldn't you know? Aren't you... Can we just test with Morgana? Morgana, I'm thinking of a number in my head. You know what? Here. Stream. I'm thinking of a number in my head. The first person who guesses the right number will become Morgana for the entire stream. Okay, here we go. It's from 1 to 420. Chaos, you're Morgana. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is a different perspective. Wait, no, this is Michelle's perspective. This. This color should be him. What? That's strange. Someone won with 6 votes. Okay then. Alright, Chaos. Choose to curse someone, and by curse I mean ban, and then unban. Alright, Minerva. Now that you've been cursed, you now have the option to curse someone else. Who would you like to curse? Oh wow, okay. Alright, L for Michelle. But don't worry, give enough time and you too will pass on the curse. Whoa, whoa, whoa. L for Michelle. Did you see the way Loveheart looked at you? Those eyes of condescension. He's from the Bollinger estate. Don't you want revenge, don't you want revenge, Michelle? Think about it. All these people calling you cursed. You're not cursed. You only got banned for a little bit. Don't you want to curse someone else? You deserve that option. Honestly, he's treating Morgana like Amy right now. I mean, it works for a little bit at least. Wow.
Bullshit!
Right, because of your experience with Amy. I get it. Right, yeah. That's so intriguing. Like using characters from the same story to consistently build upon the past that they share, right? And then it's like time is so manipulated in the story that it goes everywhere. I don't know how to explain it. So pretty much this was the part that we lacked in the story about truth, right? We did get to see parts of his mentality and how he thought in that story, but we lacked the reason why he felt the way he did, the actual truth of it, to see it with our own eyes, right? And pretty much to fix that, they had to bring in other character stories who were influencing everyone else, right? So you would have things like, how do I put this? Chapter 1, 2, 3, the characters that gave the appropriate formation for the story to work was the trio, right? Giselle, the Witch Morgana, and Michelle, right? So those three characters all gave depth to the protagonists of chapter 1, 2, and 3. And now in exchange, the characters in chapter 1, 2, and 3 give depth back to the same characters that gave them meaning, right? If you want to look at it a very positive way. So like building upon the past into the present, into the future, into the past again, and all goes circle. It's really cool. This is a letter, isn't it? It's a letter because of this freaking dear you thing. Wait, am I? My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret. Yes, it is a letter. I don't think we did, right? Oh, right. Oh, God, that's so well done. So just like the father wanted to execute the son, right? For, I guess you'd call it adultery. The mother did it this time. And then you have that connection between these two characters and logically why they become so close. What the fuck? Oh my god, this... Huh. Morgana, you're trying to be friendly, whatever. She's not gonna be critical of herself. That's not her character. Oh, thanks, Morgana, leaving that image for me. Okay, this is kind of a stupid observation, but I just realized, you know the transitive property in math, right? If A equals B and B equals C, then C equals A, right? Something like that. If Morgana relates to Michelle, and Michelle relates to Gazelle, Gazelle should relate to Morgana. The problem is they don't fucking realize that. This is like a tragedy in the making. Well, it is a tragedy, but us reading into this, it hurts, right? This bothers the fuck out of me. It's like the body can't recognize the mind, and the mind can't recognize the heart. Or soul, whatever you want to call it. And the soul can't recognize the body. Like, thinking of them as like distinct parts of a human being, it's kind of interesting to look at it that way. Yeah, that's true, Minerva. But, you know, to also be fair, we're given an omniscient view of these characters' lives, right? We are given a privilege that people straight up do not have in reality. And we can see the pieces come together. It's hope that, you know, from the things that we know from our omniscience, right? Can we bring it into our own lives and see the threads and where they connect us, right? A cat? Is it called, like, what's it called? Ugly Sparkling or whatever the hell it's called? Man, I'm excited for when we finally move on to Umineko. Like, if I'm enjoying this story this much, I really hope that my commentary for Umineko will make everyone intrigued. Because, like, just reading through the story and having my thoughts finally connect, I feel like such a sense of elation. It's so well done. He's wild and dirty. How about wild dirty? Why do you even have a Mach 2? Would you even know what that is, Michelle? What the fuck? Well, I mean, I can understand why his taste buds are kind of messed up. Ah, okay, so Morgana sees Giselle as a threat, but that was kind of obvious from a long time ago. You know, those are the same freaking words you said to Giselle, but just to mess with her. Or through time, you finally realize that you can actually relate. This is still in the past. Well, thank you, February. I hope you've been watching the rest of our archives because oh man, it's been a lot of discussion and thinking. We're really deep into this story right now, and if you really like what you've been reading, I really hope that you check out the rest of the story ahead of time. I don't want to spoil you about how terrific and well written this visual novel is. It is a visual novel, yes, and there's no gameplay for it, but I really recommend that if you want to see what the medium has to offer, if you don't experience visual novels at all, and you want a good look into how well crafted some can be, like the power of this medium, The House in Fata Morgana instantly is a recommendation I would make. This is fucking fascinating. And the thing is, because you're super deep into the story right now, you're gonna be spoiled. I really recommend that if you care about what you see, give it a shot, man. Go read it yourself, or if you want to hear my thoughts as I come to realize a few things and try to like commentate my understanding of the story based on my background, right? You can just check the collection that I made of archived videos of this. Yeah, Neko Power isn't the best recommendation. In fact, I would never give it to anyone. Okay, all right. If you want to. It's like a farce. Okay, so the counter argument that what is wrong with something not being permanent, having a due date, like life, like humanity. And that's the argument, right? But that's the thing, though. These characters can have their moments of beauty, and then you tarnish it by letting them live forever. I did commentate some fighting game events. I did, what's it called? NorCal Regionals for BB Tag. I did Evo commentary for Persona 4 Arena pools. I've done commentary in my own tournaments, stuff like that. Yeah, for real. You know, if the author of this work responds to my tweet, I really hope to ask him some questions. Like, when did you feel confident in your writing career to make a visual novel? Like, when you were in college, past college, before that? Like, how long did you think about this story before you finally put, like, pen to paper? Or, I don't know, put it on the word processor or something? Man, God, what a shame. I really wish I had read this story when I was talking to Kiz, because Kiz loves this visual novel. Next time I come down to the Bay Area, I hope I can see him again and talk about this. Right, and so Giselle kicks, well, sort of. Giselle kicks Morgana out of the trio, right? And that's obviously what causes the issue. Also, the disconnect between, that's so funny. The disconnect between the witch and Michelle is what stops this from being a happy ending. If we're reading into the themes, yeah, that's it, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, so okay, this is a little bit strange, but you know how I associated each character with a part of the body, right? So if, just follow me here for a moment here. If Michelle is the body, if Morgana is the mind, and if Giselle is the heart or soul, whatever you want to call it, right? You'll notice that these are the aspects they lose as time moves forward, right? Michelle loses his body. Morgana loses her mind, no surprise there. And fucking Giselle loses her heart or soul as time moves forward, right? Gives up her feelings, drags everyone into the mansion at the request of Morgana, and it's so fascinating what this interconnection between these three characters are. And they need each other. Like, these characters are so related, and they don't realize it. That it's funny. Like, I couldn't see this story ending without them understanding or failing to do so. Like, cause I don't see a happy ending where you forsake one of them. thing is, I don't really read gothic stories that much, or gothic horror to be specific. So I don't know if traditionally gothic horrors end in tragedy. Don't answer that. I want to research it myself and see how this story ends. Wow, so well done. All right. Twitch, don't worry. It's okay, I promise. Please. I know for like a fact that most of you are at least like college age. Like consistently I ask this question. I never noticed this. in the past story. I mean, Morgana sets it up, right? Where the greatest fear of every single main character gets thrown in their face. Oof. What is Morgana's greatest fear? I'm kind of curious about that. Would it be to be left to rot forever with no one to ever care and sympathize with her? Was that it? Did she say in her story? In terms of character arcs, I understand what she wants. She even says it. But what she needs is very different. And then her past and how she became the way she was is revealed to us. So then what's the thing that's lacking in her arc that at least I don't understand? It's need, want, ghost, right? And what I keep forgetting this. I keep studying this shit and I keep forgetting. It is 4 in the morning, yeah. Lie. Need, want, ghost, and lie. Not exactly in that order. A lie that she believes in. So you have to convince her somehow, a person who's lived for centuries, that the thing she believes in is a lie to make her develop as a person. And the only way that I can fathom for her to have her world change is through these two characters. The people that relate to her due to their experiences, but don't realize that, and vice versa. Oh, great. And the music just centers in, and we know exactly what happens. And he's not able to say why that happened. Okay, yeah. You know, Minerva, I didn't think of that. Wow. God, that'd be so messed up. Well, maybe it's because your thought process has completely changed, and she can't contact you unless you have a very specific idea in your head. Or not. Here we go. Minerva, no. I think you. All right. Wait a minute, isn't this the tool that abandoned Gazelle? This is hard to read. Not in a bad way. I think you understand. Man, I've been quiet for a very long time. Like, this sequence has been really tough to get through. At a speed that feels blazing. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, no kidding, right? Her abuse is unending. And then she finally dug as deep as she could. What? I was about to. Wow, that was cool. I like that.
Estoy contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada? Não me deixe somente olhar. gelada palavras. Fiz-me ficar pelas, não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua fileira no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou pouco conversação toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olhos acho que você mostra-me toda forma como fica lendo. Hoje eu concentrado não me fez confusa. Eu só tenho desejo que sabe o seu sofrimento inteiro. Avisa-me deste peso quanto se não posso tocar seu coração, mas eu posso tocar seu corpo. Sua mão não gelada, sua pele não me queima. Qual razão, qual esperança você esconde? Eu só tenho amor que lá fica ao lado de você desde o momento que me dá uma abraço. Estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me todo.
This section right here is so well done. It reads very easy. You can see the intentions of each character. You see the strength of how she can mold words in her favor because she spent centuries as a maid fashioning stories to make someone else believe something. And now she's using that power to convince Michelle of who he is. That is so beautiful. Yeah, and then in contrast, if you're unaware, you know Morgana, how she cuts deep into you, right? Like digging out your greatest fears and putting it in front of everyone. In contrast to that right now, we have someone who's digging out the greatest parts of a person and putting it in front of their face so they can become whole again. It's a wonderful contrast. And it shows so much development.
Estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho.
Wow.
Que você mostra-me é todo.
Just wow. I can't even put together the words to say how much I appreciate the effort the author put into this and how the world changes and it goes back and it I'm fumbling over the things I should be saying.
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
French, I think.
J'étais dans les ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre ta haine. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps. À Gisèle, à toi. Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre. J'étais dans les ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre ta haine. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps. À Gisèle.
It's interesting, right? Like, this sounds super corny, but the power of love gives a fantasy, dispels her domain, Morgana's power over the mansion for at least a little bit, and then brings him into reality instead of it being all fake, right? So there's like a middle ground, a contention to fight for the mansion, which is obvious here. But the point I'm saying is the influence of both characters contrasting, right? Like how I mentioned the witch digs for your deepest fear, and she dug to show you your greatest beauty, right? And how in the middle ground, represented by the mansion, but also by Michelle, instead of having one dominate over the other, the entire vision of the screen is filled with love, or an entire vision of the screen is filled with red, right? You have now finally reality, and the final door, the 8th door, I'm going to assume, is in front of us. And I'm glad that Giselle is the one who's able to communicate that, right? We saw that already. Together, we knew that the ending was going to be this, at the very least. It's just, how are we going to get there? And the execution to do so was wonderful. you are so fixated in your own perspective that you can't see what is so obvious to everyone else. That's so fitting for her as a character. I said that. Right. Right. And it's clear that she wanted you to understand that and to believe in it. So why would you lie about it? That's a very logical conclusion. And we got that because we picked apart every single piece of the story to get to here. Do I need to explain what just happened there, or do you get it? Even openly says it.
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre. J'étais dans les
Okay,
ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié.
we're gonna save that final chapter for the weekend. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching the stream with me. It's been amazing. I'm gonna do a very, very quick comment about what happened at the end there, so no one's like confused, or if you're watching this from the archives, you understand what's happening. Just very quickly. You know how the first 4 stories sets you up to say, hey, here's the entirety of the story, right? In reality, it's only half of the story, the first 4. And then Giselle, the spokesperson for Morgana, comes out and says, here's the stories I've told you and the lie, right? You can just sit here and say yes to it and believe in it, and that's it, right? That's the story that you have. In reality, guess what? Giselle was the white-haired girl, right? And they say, you can sit here and you can accept that. But most people, I would assume, including us, the viewers, said, no, we have to see more. We have to see the rest, right? And so you have the number 4, and then you add 4 more, and we're now into our final story, the 8th story, right? So now you have that figure 8 there, 8, but also can look like infinity if you turn it on its side. And so now the reverse has happened, the other half, and you put it as if you're looking into a mirror. So instead of Giselle being like, hey, here's the first 4 stories, do you accept it? And by the way, Giselle is the white-haired girl. You put it in front of a mirror, just like they were talking about, and you see the other half, the whole truth of it, right? The stories interweave into each other to form that 8. 2 circles messing around, right? And so now we're bringing that mirror in front of Morgana's face, and we're saying, look at yourself. The true story is that you are the white-haired girl, right? And so the reversal happens there. And that's how you finish the story, where everything is so interwoven with each other, where every character has themes and connections to one another, where the story can follow through seamlessly as if everything comes full circle. And so with a visual novel that is so expertly crafted for its structure, it's important for you to get that last part that I just mentioned there, for you to come away with how the written themes match the visual themes of this story. Like I said, I'm super impressed by how well written the thematic qualities of the story are, and how expertly done the structure is for the house in Fata Morgana. And that's it. That small passage right there, I hope I can leave for you, and you got the little bite-sized idea of what was happening. It's fascinating how much effort must have gone into this. And I leave I leave really impressed. We have just one more door until we finally finish the visual novel, and I plan to do so Sunday. Let's do Sunday at 8 p.m. PST, okay, guys? I hope to see you guys there. Anyway, I'll just do the final words. We are FinestKO, obviously. There's 2 streamers on FinestKO. There's myself, I'm Koopa, and the other streamer is Spirit Juice, aka Scott. I stream on, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. Sunday will be the final day for the house in Fata Morgana. Scott, the other streamer, streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. PST. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow us here on our channel. FinestKO is a variety stream with fighting game roots, and if you enjoyed my commentary for today, I hope you do follow us. I'll put the links in the chat for your convenience. If you want to know when streams or events happen, please follow us on Twitter and Facebook.com/FinestKO. If you have any questions ever about fighting games, or my thoughts on a movie, a TV show, a book, a visual novel, I guess, you can follow me personally if you'd like at twitter.com/VasedCoopa. And last but not least, if you don't have Twitter or Facebook, or you just want like an extra place to notify you of when streams and events happen, Discord is very convenient for that. It's also the only place I announce after hour streams in case you ever want to join me for, I don't know, a movie or something, and you want to hear my thoughts and commentary. Discord's a good place for that. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching this stream. I'm blown away of how excellent that experience was. And again, I'm at a loss for words because I was so impressed. I'm just like freaking I'm like jittery, and I can't even fathom the right words right now. That's even the way to express it. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and support the stream. You can stick around the channel if you'd like to help support anyone that I'm hosting, and I hope you do. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.